Good evening, guys. Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother. Hey, Nick Miller, good to see you. Hey, Magic, good to see you, Mark. How are you guys doing? And McBean fries sausages. Cleaning up, making stuff to can for storage. Okay. That is what Mark doing. Shannon, good to see you, ma'am. Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother. And I think I do like this. There you have it, Guardian. Hey, dear love survival, good to see you, brother. I think I do like that. Didn't work. That works. Well, Guardian and dear love survival, you have the links. Feel free to join. We wait a couple of more minutes and let more people drop in. So before we get into today's topic for this evening, and let's see. Mark will join in a few minutes when he's finished everything else. Hey.
Good evening over there. Good morning or good afternoon here.
Well, yeah, it's evening here, so yeah, and your sausage is fries. Is still frying.
Oh, yeah. Along with the bacon, too.
Okay.
Which I got from the same meat locker.
Yeah.
That's like when those people on TikTok are saying all the tariffs are going to make food go up. I'm like, not my food.
Yeah.
I imagine most countries grow a lot of
their
their
yeah, dear love survival. Good to see you, brother. Hey, Kaylin. Good to see you, ma'am. Always nice to see you. And I hope you are okay, Kaylin. I hope your week has been good.
How you doing, Shadow?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm still exhausted since I get back home from Gothenburg, so
Oh, you're in Gothenburg.
I haven't recovered from that cleaning out the house yet. So,
Hi, McBean.
Hey, how's it going?
No PV tonight.
well, I hope he pops up. Yeah, and we have Guardian in the
Hi,
house
Guardian.
as well.
Hi, good evening. How are you gents doing? Are you well? Hello to everybody in the side chat. Hey, ladies and gents.
Hi, Guardian.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good.
There we go.
Nice. It's always good for this time of year. You know, it's nice to have people in the festive spirits around December. I know not everybody can be right now because there's troubles and stuff as well. But for those people that are enjoying the holiday,
Yeah.
Time of year. Hello,
Hey,
McBean.
PV.
Good
Good
idea.
to see you. Hey,
Well,
Slippery
real-
Pickle. Good to see you, brother. Oh, God, yeah. You missed it probably last Saturday. You know, I had my belt test December 14th. You know what? I got leveled up.
Awesome, bro. Congrats. That's such a big position as well. It's like such a big step up. How long do you think that you trained for, like on the side? How long did it take altogether?
I begin in January this year, so
Nice, bro. Nice.
Congrats on that, Joe.
thank you. So today's topic is long-term recovery. Um, uh,
Hey folks, how you doing?
hey, PV, good to see you.
Guardian,
Yeah.
Darrell, McBain.
Long-term recovery after a major disaster. And actually, long-term recovery was PV's suggestion, but I added so it makes more clear after it's a recovery after a major disaster. So I had to add it to make things more clear and understandable.
Yeah, no, well, you don't get many people actually talking about the recovery part here, especially in the long term. They'll tend to focus around, gathering gear, prepping beforehand, and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a good one to throw in there, I suppose. Put a bit of a
Yeah,
festive twist on it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
most of them
Bay,
probably
good to see you.
probably are not planning that there's going to be a recovery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They need to have a more optimistic view.
Yeah, I don't think it's the actual reality of things. It's not going to be as rosy as people think. If kiss goodbye to just about every luxury going, and it's just back to bare basics, and that's if you're well prepared now.
The younger generation will have the harder time with it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Definitely, I agree with that.
I'd say.
Hey, Howie, good to see you.
Now, those that are younger generation, but probably want to service and combat MOSs and spend a lot of time out in the field, they'll probably have a better time of it. But your average college student or high school kid just has really no idea what's in store for them.
Yeah, that probably comes down to people look at the big slice of this sort of thing is the mental side of it, coping with change, coping with adaptation, coping with loss. A complete new chapter in your life that's just been snatched away from you. All your luxuries have gone, and many people probably don't even get exposed to that in their whole lifetime, let alone preparing for it and everything like that.
Just think how many will just shut down and quit. They won't be able to mentally handle
Hey,
it.
Shani, good to see you, man. But I agree, PV, that this is a topic, as far as I know, nobody has talked about it at all, or even mentioned it. So
That's a first for me.
Yeah,
I think it's probably been spoken about, but it's definitely a unique forum, especially when you've got 6 of us here. They've got the panel on there, you can all chip in immediately and talk about a long term. Depends on long term you're talking about. It can be divided into chapters, I suppose.
Well, how many people have read the Going Home series by A. American? Has anybody read those?
No, never heard of it.
So it's a 10-book series, and he does a pretty good job of putting today's technology in a, SHTF. the first 3 books are probably the best, and then he just continues on. But at one point, they do talk about the rebuilding, and coming back to kind of a type of civilization. But if you are looking for some good reading, it's called Going Home. There's 10 of them by A. American, and I found the books not only entertaining but extremely useful. I mean, he talks about real equipment that's out there now, and how to use it, and how he practiced it, and how he prepared it. And then there's a storyline too of a likely scenario here in the States. So I would recommend at least the first 3 books, but when you get into book 7, 8, and 9, then they start talking about rebuilding, civilization as you know it.
Yeah, and Sean has a good point here. Long-term rebuilding steps and systems. It takes time, a long time, to rebuild after a major disaster, especially if the disaster turns out to be an SHP, and it lasts for, let's say, 2-3 years. And rebuild after that will take a lot of time. And it will cost a lot. And it takes a lot of resources too.
Takes a lot of trust. I mean,
Yeah.
think about it.
It's a year.
If you survive, and you're reading other groups of people you don't know, there's going to be a trust issue.
ACB.
In my opinion, anyway.
Two books spring to mind for this specific subject. One is called The Knowledge, Louis Dartnell, and it's called The Knowledge: How to Rebuild Our World After Apocalypse. Which is it's on the the extreme version. And the other one that springs to mind, which is quite a good one, it's called Beyond Collapse: Surviving and Rebuilding Civilization from Scratch, and it's by a bloke called T. Joseph Miller Jr. But there's only so much you can write in a book and take it in. 300-400 pages each. It goes well beyond that, I think.
Kaylin says I experienced
Miller Joseph.
After a major flood swamped Iowa, no power or potable water for a month. Yeah.
And what was the first one?
What the first book you say?
Yeah. What was the first book again?
Right. One's called The Knowledge: How to Rebuild Our World After Apocalypse, and it's Louis Dartnell. It's got a picture of a red sort of box on the front, sort of a smash break glass in case of an emergency type thing. That's an excellent book. I always go back to that book out of all the prepper books I've got, because it talks you through. I'm just opening it now and having a look.
I popped them in my Google slide.
Right. Yeah.
I'll be able to think about it later.
Right. Excellent book. Agriculture, food, all the way through to medicine, transport, communication.
Hey, Mark. Good to see you.
And how to basically, the basic idea of it is, it talks about no one in the world at this moment in time knows how to make anything anymore on their own, even down to, making a pencil. So, if you talk about how to make it from complete scratch, you got to have the skills to cut the tree down, get the graphite, and mold this item together into like a perfect pencil. And you can take that simplistic example right up to any sort of modern day machine, device, or whatever it is. And it would rely on, it goes all the way back through the steps of mining all the way through to the end product. And even things like, making a simple pair of glasses or a toaster and stuff like that. And the premise is the fact that if we were to completely stop and start again, would we, or the next generation, take the same path through technology and come up with the same products in the future and all this sort of stuff? But out of all the ones I've read, they all sort of come to the same sort of conclusion. You know, in the fact it obviously depends on the scale of disaster, what the disaster is, and all this sort of thing. But at some point, if the disaster is lasted such a long time and sufficient damage is caused to the grid or the supply chain, and there is no return, then you've got to go through sort of a couple of steps of obviously the more sufficient you are to begin with, the better, and the more skills you got and the more trained you are, the better. But you start off with the first sort of steps to consolidating what you've got and into the recovery stage. So you're making the most of the existing resources you've got before they start to deteriorate. Harvesting all those, gathering those, and then you can move on to sort of the basics of food production, water, shelter, and then on from there.
Yeah, and Bob has a good question actually. How long did it take to rebuild Europe after the world wars?
Right.
Decades.
It took roughly about a decade. It took roughly a decade.
Yeah, I mean, they were. It's a good example actually, because if you look at some of the cities, or quite a few of the cities in France and Western Germany, they were just completely flattened, just a pile of rubble, But in that scenario, they did have the ongoing influx and infrastructure help and monetary help from America, for instance, Canada, right. Britain to a certain extent. Russia chipped in as well at that stage. So, from Second World War, it's unimaginable to some people today if you were to plonk them back into the end of World War II.
Welcome in YCOG Prepper. Good to see you.
I think there's also a lot of infrastructure was never actually fully rebuilt after the Second World War. And places, when I was in Berlin last, that was quite a few years back, I was at this club. We was doing a music event, and I happened to be a roadie in that event.
You sounded a bit muffled there, Daryl.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a bit muffled to me.
Yeah, a little bit
muffled.
Too. Yeah, same here.
How about now?
Yeah, more or less the same. Yeah.
So, all right, maybe I shouldn't speak then for a little while.
Sounds like you're underwater.
Okay, Verna, take care. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Why, look at, Bob says there, Japan and China. Look at Hiroshima, Nagasaki. They literally were flattened. And you also got the addition of radiation, and it was but it was you could say it was a localized event in the fact that Hiroshima was flattened and Nagasaki was flattened, so you did have the sort of absorption of the influx of resources from the rest of the country to slowly start to rebuild it and get the clock ticking again. These days, I think it's a more fragile world. The reliance on technology, for instance, the reliance on power. Microchips and the grid, you take them out of the equation and you're literally back to square one. Or, even if just the satellites, for instance. I mean, GPS reliant. Yeah.
How many people can still read them?
I believe you froze.
You're frozen, John Mack.
Oh, it is. I am frozen. I'm freeze frame.
Right, you're back. The cat runs past you.
I'll blame the cats right here. But yeah, I mean, how many people can read a road map or a map of the country?
Yeah. Well, I think, like I said, if you're prepared beforehand and you're in a more self-sufficient status to begin with, the better, and the more skills you got, obviously the more trained you are, the better to begin with, and that will that will reap its rewards later on. I mean, if everything was to go down completely, look 2 years beyond the event, people will start to wish they were carpenters. They wish they had sort of metalworking skills,
Yeah,
joinery skills,
plumbers.
welding skills, basic sort of hands-on abilities to do basic plumbing, basic electrics. These sort of, even at the basic level, those skills are going to be high on the list.
Metallurgery.
Yeah. Hunting skills, fishing skills.
Yep.
Going back to literally going back to the basic, having a good grasp and having the basic skills of the necessities of life. So water, food, water, shelter. So have you got the basic skills to? And you were talking sustainability, right? Because if obviously if it's you get yourself into a good position, but if it's not sustainable, and you can't keep it sort of rolling over, ticking over, then it's not sustainable. So you've got to, if you take those three sort of things, shelter, water, food,
to keep moving.
Yeah, exactly. So the ability to continually collect and purify water, conserve the water. That's going to be sort of the key thing. And then you progress that onto food. You've got to have the ability to continually keep the food influx coming in, whether it be through crops or hunting or fishing.
Right, or raising chickens or.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think
you're going to have to raise a lot of your food, whether you're growing it in the garden or whether you're raising chickens or cattle, because the hunting is going to disappear quickly.
Definitely. Yeah.
And there may not be any cows left too, because hunters are going to wander into people's farms and just start taking the steer and whatever they can find. So,
well, I have an app for that.
Yeah.
I have a wireless app for that too.
You guys catch what creates redundancy said there? It'll be the same as medieval days with a whole bunch more plastic.
Yeah.
It sounds terrible.
I mean,
I
think a lot of people forget, or not forget necessarily. It's quite good to delve into sort of the life in medieval times.
Yeah,
because it wasn't all sort of crops and baking bread. There's a lot of disease, a lot of crop failures. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, crop failures were abundant year after year, and
you lived up to the ripe old age of 35 if you're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. And so for that sort of reason, community building and sharing things on a community sort of basis, you've got to sort of steer towards that, because you can't be a one unit farm, for instance. If your farm fails, then you wished you'd have collaborated with other farms to sort of barter.
Soil is different areas. I mean, I know some areas of just this county, you can grow watermelon and cantaloupes, great, but you go 2 miles down the road and you couldn't get those to grow for the life of you. Some people just have a knack for it. I mean, peppers and tomatoes and zucchini and stuff like that, I can grow on a brick, but somebody else might do better with cabbages and lettuces. Somebody else might do better with carrots. And so you need the community. And so you need communications.
Definitely, yep.
And it all depends on what happened to society too. I mean, it was just a die off for no reason. Okay, you have less people. If it was some kind of a chemical contamination regionally or nationally or worldwide, I mean, it all depends on what it is, on which direction you need to go. But you got to kind of have all the basic skills set up in your head so you can at least figure out what you need to do when one of the multitude of things happens. If it happens, hope it never happens.
Right. And I think people don't realize that, is the prepper community is not preparing it in hopes this is going to happen. None of us wants that to happen.
Hell no.
We all enjoy what we have now. It's just we understand that things like hurricanes and power outages and possibly a solar flare can change things. And You know, when I lived down in Florida, I never had to rush and go get food and water for a hurricane. I already had that stuff.
Yep.
I already knew this is stuff you needed. And the people are making it, they have that rush. You know, how many hurricanes do you have to go through before you realize, you know, maybe I'll have 2 or 3 cases of water in storage. You know, maybe I'll have a can or 2 of gasoline and backup. I mean, it's not going to break your budget. And that comes down to that mental part. You know.
Can you guys hear me now? Any better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
It sounds good now.
Okay. I just wanted to also say something on that as well. That I think rebuilding is going to take a lot more time than we think. I think initially we may have to sort of have a kind of nomadic lifestyle where we're moving from one place to another. Like someone just said, what depends on what's happened, what kind of scenario you know, if it's a war, natural disaster, whatever it might be, or a few things at the same time happening. But
Yeah, that's that sort of lifestyle was adopted for those sorts of reasons. You know, continual grazing areas, the sort of the Sami, the tiger people, Mongolians, all this sort of stuff. Hard areas, hard times, limited resources. Yeah, I mean, drilling into the detail. You know, when you look at things like food. So, you know, if someone's listening to this, they think, well, you know, what can I do realistically? You know, get your growing skills up to speed. Start to learn how to grow, rotate, counter failure. You know, the time to fail is now. So, you know, you want to know how to control pests, blight, and all this sort of stuff.
And aphids.
I mean,
Aphids, exactly.
If you find a place where you can settle down, you may be able to consider doing stuff like growing and building. But initially, you might not. You know, that finding that hotspot is going to be, you know, to say, right, we're going to settle here. Or, okay, some people might say, well, we're still at home, Costa. We haven't gone anywhere, so we can do things. But you don't know.
Yeah, it's going to come down to where you live. You know, what country you in that. I mean, you're in this.
Yeah.
Nope, I did freeze frame. Or did I? No, okay.
Where's the resources?
Yeah, you're good now, though. You're good.
I mean, here in the States, there's lots of wide open land still. But I imagine that there's not a whole bunch of it in England. I could be wrong, but.
Yeah, well, it's a load of land, but it's concentrated in the cities maximum. There's still loads of countryside and stuff like that. You just can't go in there because it's owned by someone else. That's the thing. But you know, you literally can't walk anywhere in Britain without bumping into someone within 5 minutes. You know, it is. Right. There's always people out and about and stuff.
Yeah, it's like here in the States, you got, you know, most of the population lives in the metropolitan cities, and in order to get to an area of land and that is, you know, uninhabited, or there's hundreds of millions of acres that nobody lives there, but in order to get there, you're going to be fighting with, you know, hundreds of thousands of other people going the same direction, trying to find that little spot of land they can call their own, or at least do something on.
Exactly.
So it's just,
and none of them will have the skills to hold it.
No, none of them. Yeah. Well, some of them might, but very few.
You just wait a couple months and then go.
That's right. You pick up.
I hate to be cold, but that's what I would do.
Yeah, pick up all the stuff that they left behind.
Love, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people are gonna head to those places. You know, it's not just going to be us looking for a place to hide or what have you, or to get out of the elements, or to begin to start thinking. I think community. If you've got a community of people and you've found a place that you can settle in, then yes, you start saying, right, who's got a trade, who can do this, who can do that. We better start setting up things. But taking into consideration, there's going to be a lot of people trying to find resources, and I think initially it's going to be a struggle to find a safe place before being able to
Yeah, depends on the scenario, doesn't it?
Exactly, and I mean, as well, you've set up. Okay, you've got a load of people. You've set up a nice little community in the forest. Everyone's building tree houses. You started planting stuff, and all of a sudden, a mob of people come into the forest, and they found your spot, and your food, and your location, and your stuff.
Which is the real premise of the zombies.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to be. They're going to be mindless. They won't have any skills, but they're going to want what you have.
Chef Tech, do you want to add that as well?
If you can find higher ground, maybe that, and you can find a little safe place. But initially, you might have to be going from location to location. And I was watching a video the other day about tracking, how to track. Just a little thing he said was, as you know, you sort of look through the land, you can sort of see places where humans will go, and which I found very interesting. It's like, well, this is a natural. He called it something.
Hey, CB.
CB might know.
CB.
Hey guys.
Hi, good evening.
Good to see you. First time I see you on my panel, so that's nice.
If you're in
Yeah.
a shared area, you look for trees.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear loud and clear.
Cool.
Welcome, Eric. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you needed some girls up there. So guys.
It's going to make it like okay, Mrs. GP to also like add in here and there because she feels as well the same that would be doing so. So thank you. Appreciate that.
We need somebody else here to cook besides me. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
That's terrible.
I'm cooking. I got bacon from the meat locker. I got breakfast sausage from the meat locker, bread from the bakery, and I'm cooking eggs from down the street.
Nice. Good. Yeah, that's a brilliant thing to do. Like it's really good.
And here I am canning 40 quarts of chicken broth while I sit here and watch the live stream.
Good for you.
Yeah, this is what you had.
Hey, Bob.
You want to delve into skills. You might come across that golden opportunity where you have got the opportunity to get some meat and stuff like that. So you then want to preserve it. And if you haven't got the skills to preserve the food you've got, it's just going to quickly go off, and there's going to be a lot of wastage there. So yeah, canning.
So there's also
Bob's here at the party now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, welcome to the panel, Bob. Good to have you with us. So I think at the moment, what we can kind of do, just to be pragmatic about the situation, is to try and make sure that we have resources available to us that we can start working on for now. And the whole food forest thing that I've been addicted to recently, it's been like such an obsession of mine lately, as you all know. But the food forest and permaculture world and all that, being able to get grafted trees and plant them somewhere and actually start doing that guerrilla gardening to a degree, where you start just at potential bug out locations that are well hidden from everybody. Look, in South Africa, we've got way more open space in that type of term. If you look at from a Google Earth, go to Google Earth and go to South Africa, do yourself a favor and go and look at how much distance there is of thick vegetation from one city to the other. So it's a very different type of scenario. And if you do so on a hillside strategically at certain places, you can keep it away from everybody as well. But what I'm saying essentially is just as you make caches, instead of just caches, do like the guerrilla gardening for caches. So you can essentially make yourself a little food forest in the middle of nowhere that's going to be able to sustain you a lot better than if you had to get to that location, there would be nothing there, That's my thoughts. What do you guys think?
That's a good idea.
Add into your guerrilla gardening. I'm going to replace the grass in my front and backyard with white clover. There's your food right there. People don't even recognize it.
Nice. Very smart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's clever.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It'll attract food.
Mm-hmm. I guerrilla gardened down the street from my place because I wanted to do. It's all woods because I wanted to do bamboo, and bamboo can grow like crazy. But I did bamboo and a couple other things, but mostly because I wanted to do the bamboo.
Well,
and if it takes over, it's in the forest.
Yeah, I mean, you can do like pumpkins. And, those will come back up, keep coming back up, and that's a good source of energy. You know,
Rhubarb.
cherry,
Rhubarb
cherry
is-
tree,
Mhm.
cherry
Rhubarb.
trees, apple trees, pear trees.
Most people don't recognize what rhubarb is, but it's edible. You know,
I know. I just
You can
don't
also, for defensive, because if you're going to be doing guerrilla gardening, I've come across this, what they use locally, and you guys would probably be able to get access to it. But what you can grow is this thing called a Kai apple. So it actually defends the people locally here. What they would use it for is to make a defensive barrier against lions. So what they basically do is it's called a KEI. I don't know, Shadow, can you bring it up just for a second so I can show the panel quickly? KEI, so KEI apple. Check it out quickly. And it's used as a natural barrier and it produces a very nutritious fruit. So it can actually be used in tandem with that guerrilla gardening style to create a barrier around the area where you've got other fruit trees to protect against it. So just a thought on the side there as well.
I'll take a look at that. Huh.
Pretty neat.
Is it a thorn plant or something like that?
Yeah, that's why they use it to defend against lions, their camps,
Right on,
and then they
right
plant
on.
it all around the camp. And then at nighttime, you're safe from the lions and the predatory animals that are out there as well in South Africa. So they use it as and it's really nutritious. And it grows so many of the fruits as well. So it's sustainable, it's self-reliant, and it's defensive. And when it comes to long-term recovery,
Okay, I'm going to pop out and get my chores done in that, but thanks everybody. It was very informative.
Yeah, have a good one, Mac.
Yep.
Yeah, have a good one.
As soon as I figure out how to
Thanks
do
for
it.
stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure thing. Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
Right. Yeah, I guess Kai apples grow here in Washington State too. I'll be darned.
If people look around them, they can. There's some really precious stuff out there that's sort of like almost forgotten memory, forgotten things and stuff like that. Over here, we get something similar, but it's obviously not as nutritious. It's the gorse bush, which they used to use as perimeter fencing for protecting animals back in hundreds of years ago and stuff like that. And it's it got some good nutritious properties. But going on to the long-term sustainability of your food source, people want to start storing things now. You look at heirloom seeds. Obviously, everyone should be aware of heirloom seeds or heritage seeds. That are a lot better than the conventional seed you buy from the store.
We could also add tools in with all of these things, because at the end of any kind of disaster, you're going to need tools.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm basing my statements off of World War II. Like I mentioned in a side chat that Burma really didn't get rebuilt because when my dad was over there fighting the Japanese, the men were gone. The Japanese Empire took the Burmese men. They were gone, and they never came back home because they were worked to death working for the Japanese. And you might have a shovel would be worth gold in times like that. Just a steel shovel,
Yeah.
You could almost.
Along with the people, the Japanese also took shovels and saws and axes, and they took everything. And now the people who are left behind, well, what are you going to do? How long would it take to recover when you've got no male labor force and no tools?
That would be a good idea to have caches now. I mean, we talk about growing stuff and finding areas where we might be able to settle down and grow stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But I'd say why not be ahead maybe and put a few caches together. You can get yourself some food grade buckets, and you could make your own buckets. Some of them last for 20 years, 15, 20 years.
Well, you could you divide it into sort of sections. So after the immediate sort of aftermath, get PPE and clean up tools, brushes, shovels, things to wipe the slate clean, so to speak. And then you move into the preparation of land sort of gear. and then the long term, cultivation of the land and keeping things rolling over and things like this. So you get all your seeds. So you got a good starting point if you haven't started already. A good area. I mean, so, people might be in a position where you're plunged into, you have to evacuate where you are, and you're going to a completely new area, completely alien to you. So you might be going from a desert environment to a temperate environment, or vice versa, or a subarctic region, stuff like this. So you got to completely learn all this sort of thing again, or get to know someone who is, or become part of a group that does that sort of thing.
Yeah, hand tools are just as necessary as food and water. You got to cut down a tree to be able to build a fire and cook your food and try to stay warm. Well, how are you going to do that if you don't have an axe or a saw or a hatchet or anything like that? Yeah.
And you need a sharpening stone to sharpen them up too.
True that. Yeah, I've got a sharpening stone within reach right here at my workstation. Yeah.
And you need a good hoe.
Yep.
Everybody needs a good hoe, Bob.
Mm-hmm. Maybe more than one.
But yeah, you water your food, your shelter. You got to be like Daryl said there, in a safe location. Have a pre-record or in situ, you rebuilt it. You got to have knowledge. When it starts to encroach into the knowledge side of things. Yes, you've survived the big event. Take a breath. Then what? You've got to have the knowledge or the skill set or the access to it to build a shelter, repair what you've got, insulate it, heat it as well. And then looking further down that sort of line, it would be a good idea then to start cross-training the people you're with or the communities you're with, have access to any, some sort of library, whether it be physical books or digital libraries may still be in effect, or being able to convey your knowledge or someone else's knowledge to a group and then start implementing that training.
I'll tell you one. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say train the trainer sort of mentality.
Yeah, it's good for motivation as well, because a lot of people are going to be freaking out. A lot of people, I think it's good to start training from now. Say, right, I'm going to do no electric Wednesdays, and on Wednesday you're not going to use any electric.
That's a good idea.
No gas Sundays or something like that, and then start getting used to not having these things, and no heating during winter, and just make yourself uncomfortable, and practice, and even practice just making bread, like in a pan, like over a fire, and simple things like again we don't know what scenario you could find yourself in, but just the simple things. I think PV mentioned earlier as well: food, fire, and water, shelter. Initially, and then build on top of that.
Yeah, the one thing I could recommend to any of you guys is YouTube is one of the greatest learning tools on the planet. Get to subscribe and know and talk to some people like in Southeast Asia who like I've mentioned before, I would love to be able to go up in the mountains of Bukidnon in the southern Philippines. I would love to be able to do it. Spend a week or two in those mountains, where I've seen guys in the mountains make baskets. They make homes with a machete and a sharp knife and build a freaking home. If you could get to know people like that right here through YouTube, this is a great example of being able to learn how to start from nothing. Incredible.
That is valuable information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That information is gold worth.
The thing is, it's free.
Yeah, because you may not have a cache, you may not have the tools, and then you think, wow, I've got to literally start from nothing.
Mm-hmm. And that's how these people live. They start up in the mountains in the southern Philippines. They start with nothing, and they can build a little home and all that, and break ground and they most of the time when they don't have a shovel, they use their bolo, which is a machete. and they break ground with a machete and start planting corn, and they survive up there, man. It's just incredible.
Yeah,
And
just have a few machetes played in a few places. Just have a few
yeah,
of them.
you could do
Some
that. Sure.
caches,
Why
maybe a
not?
bag of rice,
Hmm.
some salt.
I think people have got to start thinking long term. You could look out even longer than that. You're talking about the 18-month sort of time frame plus. Because yeah, we can stockpile gear and harvest gear initially and survive for any sort of initial event, a disaster or whatever. But when the resources start to run low, you've got to be able to replenish them and sustain yourself. Like I said, if it's not sustainable, that's it. It's not sustainable. The clock is literally ticking. So have you got the skills, the means, the manpower, maybe the machinery to keep that clock ticking,
Mhm.
reliably? So I don't know, water, for instance, is it available? Can you contain it? First two steps. Then after that, then you can look at water purification and all this sort of stuff. Food. Have you got where do you start from? If you haven't got the seeds, for instance, to start from, then you're into a sort of a foraging and hunting sort of a lifestyle. But
Yeah.
looking long term, it's I think it's almost it's the next level basically. You're rebuilding construction from scratch. Then you can delve into subjects like your health, wound management, your hygiene aspects of it. Because, like McBean said earlier, the the lifespan or the age expectancy of someone in the medieval age was 30s, 40s, or whatever it was, something quite low anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And
I believe it was 40 years old, something.
I believe
40
that.
on it,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
right. So I mean, you can have all the gear in place, but if you haven't got the knowledge to, counter hygiene or health problems, disease management, then you're literally watching people just fall off the edge, and this is where a sort of rounded skill set comes into it. A good collection of people. I don't think anyone will realistically survive as a sort of a 4-person unit, even in a homestead, because they can't all be engineers, they can't all be doctors, or they can't all be nurses. They can't be the energy expert, and etc. etc. Community cohesion has got to be the sort of long-term way ahead. It's got to be.
But people in Southeast Asia, they get hit with typhoons all the time, and they have to start over every year with nothing.
Yeah, right.
They have to salvage and I've seen them over there where they'll take old nails, pull it out of and straighten the nails out and rebuild with sheet metal and all that. And first thing you got to do is you got to build a little shelter so you got some place to sleep and get some rest so you can start working to rebuild even more. I mean, this is a valuable resource right here, guys. YouTube, because if you get to know some of these people and they're willing to work with you, ask them, how do you do this? What do I do? Because us in the West, man, we have excavators and bulldozers and all that, concrete, and they don't have that, but yet they survive. Then they get through typhoons, all that every year, landslides, all that.
It's an interesting event going on at the moment. Just got to have a look where it is. Can't remember the name of it. So it's in between Madagascar and Mozambique off the East African coast, and it's a French colony called Mayotte, Maotte. They've just recently had a cyclone, I think it is, and it's just literally it's like a Cat 5 hurricane just gone through and it's flattened everything. So they are, they're in a rebuild phase, and it's just like you say there, Bob. These people are wiped off the surface of the earth every year or a couple of years, and have to start again. It's people Google the pictures of Mayotte, and they'll see the sort of level of forgotten destruction as they rebuild themselves.
Yeah, I made a playlist on my channel a while ago. I haven't added to it for a long time, but it was called tools. What is it? Prepping tools for the suburbs. something like that. Primary tools, like just one that I've got in my hand right now, this little Mora knife right there. That I've used this knife every single day in my shop, every day. You know, something like this, and a few draw knives and other things. I should add to that list, but I've already thought of this because you're going to need tools to be able to rebuild anything. Put a roof over your head, so you got a dry place to be able to get some sleep. You know.
I always think
Yeah,
of the
don't
term.
forget cordage.
That's right. That's right.
I always think of the a phrase or whatever it is someone come out with. It was the seek out the precious things that cannot be replaced by you anymore.
Yeah.
The tin pots, the pans, the nails, the screws,
yeah,
etc., etc. The basics, and it's those basic things which are going to be very hard to sort of produce without any sort of modern day technology or
And these are sharpening stones, just like Shadow mentioned a while ago. I use these constantly. You know, I'm going to resharpen my knife right now while we're sitting here chit chatting. You know, something like this. Put that in your kit somewhere. Put it away. Keep it handy.
Yeah, and that looks like it's good quality sharpening stones.
They are. Yeah. It's I've got these, and then I've also got these smaller ones. I resharpen my tools. I take very good care of my tools, as you guys know. But these smaller ones are called Arkansas stones. They're really small. They're good for resharpening, like your pruning shears and scissors, things like this. Yeah, they're cheap. And I buy there's a brand name called Norton, Norton. It's an American company, but they moved to Mexico and they still kept their quality of sharpening stones. They use them every day. Yeah.
And knowing how to use it is another issue. Somebody can have a knife and a sharpening stone and not have a clue of what angle you need and which direction to go, and then stroping it afterwards. And there's just so many things that, people are like, oh, I just need this, and this, and this, and this, and that, and the other thing. And I'm good. No, you're not. You have no idea. A pile of junk is what you have. You don't know how to use any of it.
Good idea for more videos I could put out. Yeah. There you go. Sharpening steel, sharpening rod right there.
Yeah.
I got those in,
diamond.
Those in my backpack. Yep.
These are really good. I have used this one and it works very good. And I had this since I was a kid. I got this for one of my birthdays when I was a kid from my mom. So I was happy with this one when I got it. I think it was my 7th or 8th birthday or something. I got this one.
Right on.
These are the sorts of things people should be looking at as the basic sort of continuation tools on the personal sort of level and or the unit level, I suppose. I think looking out longer term, people have got to look at the collective side of it. So as a group, as a family, as a community, to establish and continue the longer term survival rate of your location. I mean, at this moment in time, everyone should be squared away with their own personal, individual training aspects. So keeping yourself clean, keeping your clothes clean, keeping your immediate area clean.
Yeah.
And then moving onto the bigger, wider scale of collective training. So as a family, as a group, as a community, learning how to, all muck in together and do those bigger tasks. It's like going back to the cleanup operation sort of side of it. The 2004 tsunami, was it? The one one that killed 235,000 people. You look at the devastation there, and that wasn't a family job. That was a massive scale job. And they haven't even recovered from that yet.
Man.
Alternate ways of growing things, because the soil might be contaminated or your location might be contaminated if you're stuck in one place and you haven't got the means to travel anywhere. So it's definitely
no worries, fellas. if anything goes wrong, I'm coming to your house. How many times have you heard that? How many times have you heard that? No, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a sign out front waiting for you.
Yeah.
You're no longer trespassing. You're a target.
Yeah.
I've not actually encountered anyone saying that, but you can tell the way they look at you that's what they're thinking. you got to drop it. You got to drop it in casually. Well, you don't even drop it in casually. You got to weigh up the odds, you know, on a long-term basis prior. You know, if they, you're not sort of vetting them, but
yeah,
you're assessing their attitude towards hardship initially.
Yeah,
I had just that told to me by a lady in the coffee shop I talk to frequently, and I said, you know, I've got a few days of food and water put away, and I didn't let on any more than that. But I had that same situation. Well, if anything goes wrong, I'm going to come to your house, and I just told her straight out. Well, okay, you don't know where I live, and I'm not going to tell you. That's number one, and number two, we're not going to be home. I was lying. We're going to be home, but I'm not going to tell her that. You know, I said, this is you.
Well, the surprise part of it.
Yeah. And I told her, while this is on your mind, it's your chance to put away a few canned goods of food for yourself. Don't count on me. You've got to start with yourself, you know?
Yeah. Even then, whatever people, you know, even the most, I don't know anyone who's into preparedness, even on YouTube, that is prepared for the longer term. I've not seen anybody. I've seen videos of people showing us, you know, oh, this is my pantry and it's got like 2 years supply of food in there, or this is my bunker, and they're showing off all this gear and stuff like that. But then what? You know, literally, you're going back. The clock is ticking. When your food runs out, then what? It's got to be the longer term sustainability aspect of it.
True.
And you know, where you can even delve into, you know, you've got to get in this mindset of being almost like a farmer, where you're looking at the soil management and the biodiversity of the area you're in, reforesting places, waterway management. Because, for instance, in Britain, this is a big problem. If the waterways,
hey Vanessa Kitty, good to see you, ma'am.
Canals, rivers, lakes they're continually being managed, clean, in some cases dredged. They should be dredged a lot more. If that all stops, there's going to be horrendous flooding in places where people wouldn't have even thought it was flooding, because most people are drawn into this false sense of this visual, false sense of security. And you drove on the roads, you may not even know you're on a floodplain, and it's the only reason why it isn't flooded is because it's been managed upstream continually by someone on a full-time job, maybe remotely monitoring it by computers and so on, sensors. When that stops, that's it. You know, that could quite easily flood back. There's a good TV series. It was called Life Without Humans, and it picks on various cities and countries around the world, and it tells you what would happen in different time frames from like 1 week onwards up to 25 years plus.
I've seen that before. That is a good series.
Yeah, there's a good indication of this sort of thing. I used to live in an area where the waterway near us was it was actually a drainage area. It's called the Middle Levels. It's in East Anglia, near on the eastern side of Britain and stuff like that. And this watercourse area was like 35 mile stretch, and it was about 90 square miles of area. The only reason why it was dry is all low lying. Some places it was below sea level, even though it was inland quite a bit. The only reason why it was dry because this drainage system, and mainly used by the farmers, is controlled by two massive fans, underwater props, and they pump water in and out depending on how high the tide is and all this sort of thing. And if one of them fails, that's it. You're down to one. And if that fails, that's it. You're into the realms of flooding and stuff. So not only will a large scale event will it impact the immediate sort of destruction and aftermath and all that sort of stuff, but the longer term visual aspects and changing of the land will change almost irrecoverably if it can't be controlled because of this artificially induced landscape that we live in at the moment. And that's a massive thing. Flooding is going to be potentially in some areas, big.
Yeah, good point. Because you've got a garden started. You got some tomatoes and corn coming up, and next thing you know, you didn't know you lived in a floodplain. There goes there. It's gone. Now it's flooded out. It's gone. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
Reclaimed land.
Yeah.
Holland, for instance. There's a big push in Holland. Holland are the masters at sort of reclaiming land and water management in the world, probably. 1953, there was a huge event in southeast England and Holland and all around the western coast of France and Belgium and this sort of thing. And thereafter, Holland started to really bolster up its sea defences and this sort of thing. And it's only in the state it's in now because it's continually managed to that to that level. And if that were to stop, nature would quite quickly reclaim itself.
A good example of your point there is Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans when Hurricane Katrina hit. There was a Army Corps of Engineers built a dike system to contain the lake away from New Orleans, and New Orleans is lower than the level of the lake. And during Katrina, some of that dike washed away, and now the entire city was flooded, and now you've got thousands of displaced people. That would really suck. Now the resources that were left behind are now flooded. Disastrous. It was an epic disaster.
Yeah. So the basic.
I saw the aftermath of Katrina on my news on my TV here, and it was a mess, a total mess.
It was. Yeah. Wasn't it? Yeah.
House was basically in boards, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were ripped in pieces. Everything was.
Still now, I've seen footage that there's just square concrete footprints of the foundations, and no one's moved back.
Correct. Yeah. Because after the water receded, then all that mold that was in these residences and buildings are uninhabitable now. But that's thinking on the large scale, but on the small scale of what we can handle as individuals is hand tools. Think about it, and I get my hand tools from secondhand stores, and then I rebuild them and rework them, so I save cost.
Yeah. I see what I mean. Yeah. Well, the basic point is the visual. The land will change because of the management of people, and flooding is quite. It's very bad. I mean. I don't think people realise, it's not just a case of the water coming in up to 2 feet up the walls and that, then recedes. It leaves behind a sludge pool that stinks and festers, and the water can wick up the walls several feet or several meters in some stages, and then you're left with all sorts of problems thereafter.
But I do got to throw a joke in here. You got to also consider, this Canadian guy in the side chat, CR, he may be working against you, and you will. Yeah. Just watch that frickin' guy. Keep your eyes on that frickin' guy.
Intensely listening. He knows where we all live, you see.
And don't let him get on the live stream. You'll never get a word in edgewise. Just messing with you, CR.
There's a comment coming up now. I can feel it being typed.
You know it. I know. I just gotta stir the humor pot a little bit here. Put in a jab on CR. But he's still got strike one. He had 2 strikes, but I removed one of his strikes. But he still got strike one.
Yeah. So it's good to have tools. What repairing stuff as well would be a good idea.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Well, likewise with the your food supply, your tool supply. You've got what you've got, and if you can't replicate it, then you've got to literally make do and mend. So your continual sort of things wear out. So you've got to continually bolster them up, make new ones, or fix what you've got. Really,
You have to be able to
But we-
adapt and think outside the box. I'd take somebody who
That's
thinks
okay.
outside the box, somebody who's able to be creative, haha, rather than somebody who has all the gear and all the tools and doesn't practice them, doesn't know how to use them, doesn't know how to adapt to. Because I think that would be a situation where there would be constant changes and constant having to make decisions on the fly, and everybody would have to be able to do that. It can't be just one person that's able to do that, because there's going to be so much to do. There's just going to be so much work to do, and not everybody's going to know how to do different things. So there'll be a lot of teaching people
Yeah.
that don't have the skills on how to do this, that, and the other, and just trying to get organized. And while things are just in disarray, having that mindset of being able to roll with it and just, figure it out, and, use what you have in the environment. Because like you said, you may have the tools, you may not, you may have some of the tools, or you may not have enough tools. You may have only one, like Bob said, one hoe may not be enough.
It's you hit a key point there.
You may be trying to make your own
enough.
garden with hand tools, and one hoe might not be enough.
And
You hit-
it
you
might
hit a key-
even take years. It might even take years before you might even start to think about rebuilding a community. You know,
Yeah.
initially people will become very savage as well, because those resources are going to become very scarce very fast.
Mhm.
And
And
people,
everybody wants the
people-
resources.
and the people
Yeah.
you think are going to soon change. It depends on the situation. If you've got
We have to
someone
first know what the resources are. You have to be able to look at the situation in the beginning and know what's worth being a resource, and what's not. When something very first starts, and the dumb people are looting the stores for big screen TVs or whatever, you got to know to go in the hardware store and know what to get, know what you're looking for in the environment that's valuable and what's not.
It's funny you should say about a TV. I was and someone mentioned, and sorry, PV mentioned Katerina. I think it was in America, and there was a scene on a news scene where a guy was carrying a TV above his head, and the water was like chest high,
Yeah.
and he was walking through, and I was thinking, where is he going with that television? I mean, what is he thinking? And people do some crazy things.
I think a key point CB says there, which I pick up on, is no matter what stage level of survival or preparedness we're talking about, it's the key words that ring with me is being able to adapt. You either adapt or succumb, basically. And we even saw this during, the big C virus a couple of years ago. A lot of people adapted, modified to the situation. A lot of people just sat there waiting to be told what to do, going downhill, staring at the floor, and they mentally were going downhill. They couldn't cope with being locked indoors and all this sort of stuff. So no matter what the situation is, you've got to adapt or succumb. Basically, that's all. That's my sort of thing. I always think about that.
Agreed. I can see preppers, even, people who are fairly prepped and things, and I could see them just shutting down, or not knowing what to do, because they say, hey, this is not the scenario I painted in my head on how things are going to go. And if you get set in that this is how things are going to go, then
I'll tell you, there's it's a bit of a lame TV series to watch, but there's a TV series got Naked and Afraid. Right. Two of them are naked, and it's all this.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that TV show.
Yeah, the basic point is you watch that, and 90% of these programs, one of them always sorts of crumbles. Oh, I can't handle this. I want to go back to see my family and all this sort of crap. But anyway, another good TV. Go on, sorry.
That's right. I think a lot of it actually boils into personality type. So my wife made me take this, I think, Myers-Briggs test. It's a personality type. It's like 4 letters, ENTPJ, whatever. There's all these letters. Well, apparently we're polar opposite, which actually works to our advantage because she is the planner. She will, okay, we're going to go do this. Great. She'll have everything listed out on paper, ready to go. And I'll get it all packed up. And then we get to our location or we're camping or whatever. And all of a sudden it all falls apart. And she doesn't freeze up, but she's just like standing there like, what the hell happened? I'm like, don't worry, I got this. And I figure it out because I'm the opposite of her. I can figure it out on the fly. She likes to plan it. So there's a lot of personality types involved with just general preparedness. I mean, you can sit there and make your list, check it twice, naughty, nice, and, I got everything I'm going to need. And then it doesn't happen that way. And if you don't have a personality that can, or some kind of mental mindset that can shift on the fly, you don't have it. You ain't going, you're not shifting gears at all. You're just going to sit there neutral and spin it. What is that?
Bob?
It's very extreme situation.
Go on in, Bob. Talk us through the.
Bob is muted.
You're muted, Bob.
Sorry. Okay, that's my neighbor there. Him and his wife spend every spare dollar they have on alcohol and marijuana. And now I took this
Lord.
picture. I took this picture for a reason because we both were pruning hedges and trees at the same day, and he leaves all of his tools lay out in the rain. All of his pruning shears, everything lays out in the rain and rots. Mine, I oil them, I sharpen them, I keep them stored out of the rain, and they're ready to use. He was out there. I had everything organized in my yard maintenance, a little cart and all that. Right? He's out there laying in the mud with rusty tools that won't work. So along with tools is you've got to maintain them, keep them sharp, keep them oiled, or else you lose it. Because the stuff he was working with was covered in rust. And I guess the point being that what you've got to take care of it. You have to.
Your mind is a tool. If you don't keep it sharp, if you don't keep it going, same thing.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Green Acres has a good question here, guys. Mm-hmm. Question for everyone on the panel. If you had to go into a hardware store to check things in an emergency situation, what 5 items would you grab if you only had 5 minutes to do it?
Oh, wow.
Well, the U.S. hardware stores, a lot of them have weapons. So they have the pew-pews.
Axe.
There you go. Yep. Shovel,
saw, axe, knife.
I looked at, I did type those out. I thought, maybe.
Hammer,
but I think the axe and saw I'd change around because they both.
It depends on what you don't already have. You know, everybody's going to need something different. But there are a lot of really good things at a hardware store. Things that other people won't even think about.
And hammer and nails.
Yeah.
Shovel, axe, saw, hammer, nails.
Hand drill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, you can do a lot with that. And you can't replicate that easily.
Well, a cordage is not that easy to replicate. You can, but it's time consuming.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's time for everybody to get out there and start practicing. You know what roots, what trees are out there, and
nice
it depends on the circumstances too. Like whether or not you're gonna go get the generators, or if there's any power to even use generator.
You can have a generator if there's no gas to be had. You just waste time and energy grabbing something that'll never work.
What if
lashing together building materials, wire, electric fence wire.
What gauge wire is that, Bob?
I've got several. Electric. It's aluminum, so you can bend it with your hands if you have to. But this can lash building materials together.
That was like 18 or 20.
This one's 14 gauge, 1/4 of a mile of electrical fence wire. I've got 3 or 4 different diameters right here in my shop that I use all the time.
You can buy baling twine for the mechanical hay balers. the big orange spool. It's like 5,000 feet, and there's 2 spools stuck together. They're like $14, and I know when I bought it. I use that stuff for everything. I hang my tomatoes from it. I string stuff together, and it's cheaper than going out and buying, twine or whatever cord. And I don't care. And it degrades after about 1.5 years or 2 years in the sun. I'll just throw it in my pile and go pull another 500 feet off the spool. I think I've had that spool for like 8 years, and I'm not even done with the first spool yet.
Yep.
But it stays inside. I don't leave it out in the shed. I don't leave it it stays in the house here. It's literally in my kitchen. My wife keeps tripping over it. She's been tripping over for years. It's just something that sits there now.
What was you, Daryl? What was you saying? What was you saying there?
I was just saying about long term, having caches would be good.
Going back to the question of the hardware store, if you had a choice between a grocery store and a hardware store, choose the hardware store. As long as you've got some food, choose the hardware store. There's so much more there that could be useful long term.
Going to back room off season. All the seeds are still back there.
Yeah.
There's advice is a good thing to watch, and it was a series that was done a few years ago now. It's called Edwardian Farm, and I'll put the link there in a second. Edwardian Farm was this group of it was 4 or 5 historians.
Oh, that's an awesome series. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. It's really good.
Yeah. And what they do is they try and establish and run an Edwardian farm as it was back in the Edwardian days. And they soon find out the pitfalls and all the troubles that is involved into doing this sort of thing. And in my mind, that's the sort of level of things that people would encounter.
Excuse me.
Some of the things people would encounter at in that sort of era. I'll put the link in the description box. There we go.
Cool. I'll definitely go there and see what it's all about.
Yeah, and it's a really good, serious stuff in there, and they got some good skills. And if people want to see, I think I mentioned this last week, what type of things you need pre-industrial, pre-technological age, go to your nearest sort of farming museum or anything like this, or most towns in Britain. Most towns in Britain have this sort of thing. They have like a local town museum and things, and 9 times out of 10, it's all full of old farming implements, whether it be rakes, hands, small horse-drawn plows and things like this. But it's quite interesting. So Google your local area sort of thing, and you might come across one. And it's always good to see what they used, or bank it in the memory banks if no one else is around, and it becomes the opportunity. Where to go to get this sort of stuff.
Good thinking. Yeah.
Whoever thought of breaking into a museum during a grid down to get the
you never know.
That probably all still works perfectly.
Well,
yeah.
I'd say it's talking about the time, when sort of like the golden period of harvesting what's left, salvaging what's left, cannibalizing what's left is sort of gone. And if you haven't got a certain thing, for a certain use, then always bear that in mind, sort of thing. Or better still, family day out. We're going to go to a museum today and start taking pictures of what's there, and start thinking about this sort of thing. I went to one once, and it was an open day, and it was a school. It was it was a town sort of patriotic day, and we'll pop into there and have a look, kill a couple of minutes and stuff, and it's quite interesting actually. Yeah.
This is great. This is very good, guys. This gives me hope for the future, for the long-term recovery of mankind. This is actually hope. We've got a ex-soldier here, talking about farm tools, and this actually is really great because it's like almost like we're the first fruits of the people who are thinking, hey, we're not going back there where we was before. We was really bad, with nuclear bombs and blowing up each other. Now we're going to think about farming. It's really great that we're sort of almost like a seed for the future. People might laugh at preppers and what have you, but I mean, it's a mindset as well. But we've also got to come to terms with, we may have to lose everything. We've already said that earlier, you know, and what you know is what you're left with. But there's great hope for the future. There is, maybe on your prepping stuff, guys, you should put down, there is always hope.
I'll tell you, when I went to Bosnia, Kosovo, yeah, they were probably sort of the most similar ones. Obviously, they're in the same sort of region. And when, after the sort of 92, 93, 1992, 93 era, when it really kicked off and there was ethnic cleansing going off and the country literally collapsed into a state of war, etc. We got out there in 1994 and driving around the countryside and through village and this sort of thing, you know, all the infrastructure was gone, demolished. Most houses were just riddled with bullet holes, and you know, if they had 4 walls left. Anyway, what was there, nice and fresh to look at, and people were doing, was people working the land because they knew the value of, you know, even small level growing, medium level growing, sustaining themselves through crops and getting food that way because it was free. And the ingenuity we saw was, you know, I was amazed. You know, suddenly, you know, the hillsides, instead of being just a normal sort of 30-degree slope of a hill, it was converted into like a terraced farm almost. And they all did it by, well, majority of them did it anyway, by, you know, hand tools and stuff like this. And then a couple more were using sort of animals to plow. It was literally going back to, like I said, Edwardian time sort of technology, with the odds, you know, machinery thrown in there if they can get their hands on some fuel. That was, but yeah, back to basics, literally.
Did they show how to sort of without refrigeration? Did they show? I don't think I saw that. Did they actually show how to store like, vegetables, for example?
No, I didn't see that. What I did see was, and I didn't really, I forgot about it for years until I read this book I mentioned earlier. The Knowledge was, I was deployed in Gorazda, which is one of the enclaves next to Srebrenica. On the bridge over the river there, they made their own hydroelectric machines. And these little fan-powered, paddle-powered machines, which are attached to car alternators, wires going up to the bridge and across to the battery source to store the power. I did see that, and various other, you know, little ingenuity things. But this was like on the personal, smaller scale thing, because eventually it was pretty evident that, you know, there was an element of the world that hadn't collapsed, hadn't been destroyed, etc. And then the vision of the future was the fact that, you know, things were going to get better at some stage. So it was all the make do and mend side of it, and the re-establishment of sort of power. It was all at a family level thing. It wasn't on a community based thing because there was infighting and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, I mean, one thing, I saw a video a while back and I was really impressed with it. Actually, it was, I'll get his YouTube channel. I'll try and find the video in a minute and put a link there. Basically, it was a guy who he lives in a desert area and he's experimenting with alternate forms of power and alternate forms of keeping himself cool. One of the things he used was a low consumption ice making machine. If you can make ice, then, you know, your quid's in. Refrigeration is another modern day, you know, invention which many people would take for granted. And it was only, you know, coming to full sort of scale effects in, you go back 80 years and not many people have freezers. But the point is, if you can make your own ice in an ice machine, then you've got ice cubes. That's a valuable resource to you can transport that ice into an ice bucket,
Absolutely.
preserve things and things like this. So what this guy did, he low power consumption ice making machine, powered from solar panel array. It was a couple of 100 watts of solar panels, which is quite easily harvestable, into onto a battery. You can harvest them from cars and stuff like this. Battery onto a low power consumption inverter, an inverter to the ice making machine, and in a period of 24 hours, he made quite a few pounds worth of ice. I'll put the link in the description box in a minute. I'm just going to just dig it out. Yeah,
I've seen that overseas, PV, where they'll take a long what they buy. Yeah, they buy plastic sleeves. It's just a thin like cellophane plastic sleeves, and it's a side job, a side business. They fill it with water, drop it into the freezer, and they sell those in the neighborhood.
Right.
Side income. You bet, man.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant, really.
It's
cool.
like on the sustainability side of it, to me, my sort of alternate power backup is literally all geared towards the fridge and freezer, because that is the number one key rule. I can get away with having no lights, no problem at all. But refrigeration, it's I think it's critical.
It is.
And looking into it, I think if anyone is into gadgets and stuff like this, they can provide themselves with a sustainable, continuous power source for a fridge or freezer. All you need is, say, they've got to do a power audit of what their fridge or freezer requires, obviously. And you can take 3 of these little power bank, power station things, one supplying the fridge any one time, one on standby which is charged, and the other one charging through solar array, and you continually cycle them through. And if you whatever you use, what size of power station you use, I take it everyone knows what power station I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Bluetti, the EcoFlows, those sorts of devices which have come on the market recently in the last 5 years or so. They've basically got a LiPo battery and an inverter built in, basically. Whatever your consumption is, I mean, don't go too high, don't go overboard, because whatever you take out, you've got to put back in. You don't want a device that takes forever to charge up. So it's got to be balanced quite right. But yeah, I'll just try and get that video. Hang on.
Yeah, just think of it, guys. If you had the ability to make ice, you could sell that for cash or trade, anything, because people are going to want to be able to get food and store it away. And now you've got the ice. Yeah. You want to keep that? Buy some of my ice.
Everybody needs ice.
Yeah, that's true.
I was super impressed when I saw this video. I thought, right, so I'm going to go out and get an ice maker straight away, because it was that good. Still looking. And I'll recommend this channel to anyone. I'll find it.
Yeah, I'll grab the link as soon as you post it up.
Yep, 2 secs.
Especially, you could barter, sell ice, especially to people who have children. If they can get a hold of some fresh milk for their children, and they have a way of storing it, you're the middleman. Yeah, bring it. Yeah, I've got the ice you need, and you need to store your milk for your kids. Yeah.
Yeah, but why buy the milk when you can own the cow? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. True that. Yeah.
I was thinking about one system. I saw that on a TV show. I believe it was Overhauling. They made a car. It was basically made for camping. So what they what they installed in that car was a system that you can create water straight from the air.
Right on. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that the system had, so you could put 2 cups or bottles straight under, and then you could fill it up. You always had water constantly, 24/7, and it took the water from the air. I like
Okay.
that system.
Got so right the channel name, and it's all these videos are delving into makeshift cookers, makeshift cooling devices, etc. It's called Desert Sun 02. I'll just write it there, and I'll put the link. The link to the ice making machine one is
Let's
there.
take a look.
There we go.
That
And
sounds awesome,
it's
Shadow.
this sort of ingenuity level. I think it's really good to look into and get people thinking about, keeping things ticking over at the simplistic level and the easy level as well, because a simplistic machine or system where you can use a solar panel or battery and inverter into a low consumption ice making machine, that's it, done. You're then into a completely new next level of luxurious capability, really.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Ice, that would be brilliant, because people say if they harvest their garden, they're going to need a way to keep their vegetables cool, their milk cool for their kids, and all that. Yeah, brilliant.
yeah. So yeah, credit
Never
to
thought of-
Desert Sun 02 there. It's a good little channel. Well, little channel, yeah. 260,000 subscribers. Yeah, excellent. It's amazing how, like you said earlier, it's such a good resource. You come across channels that you never heard of, and some of these channels have got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You think, why didn't I, ever see this before?
Okay, let's see if I can find that.
That's because the AI doesn't want you to see that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Probably.
just suggested
Mhm.
videos and stuff. Well, yeah.
Come on, here, watch this kitty cat video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have noticed, I've been in preparedness for many years, and I've noticed that many of my preparedness videos that are solid videos don't get the exposure. Do you really think that that there's a conspiracy behind all that, or what are your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, they filter it. If they don't like it, they're not going to put it out there. They'd rather have these neutral people that are creators that don't talk about politics. They don't talk about anything. They just talk about something that other people might like. And those are the ones that get promoted, and they get millions of viewers, and they're making, thousands of dollars a month on advertising. And other ones that, have great content, great everything. They have like hardly any subscribers. They keep taking them away. I've seen that before. And they don't put it out there. You just don't see it pop up on your, hey, check this video out on the right side. Even though you're using keywords in your search, you'll just never see them. They want you to watch all these other ones, so their advertisers pay YouTube, and then they give you whatever pittance percentage of that. And that's just the way. It's a business model. I mean, it's been getting worse lately. 8 years ago, you could punch in. If I punched in, prepper, just that word, all right, I'd have 8,000 channels would pop up for me to choose from. Now you get like 6 channels, and then everything else is just either whatever off your original feed or just junk.
And plus that, I'll throw in with this, I've noticed that when you type in prepper or prepping, it's the fear porn channels that come up.
Yeah.
The world is going to end unless you poop in a Ziploc bag, and
and buy my product. Yeah, buy my product now, because
Bingo.
this is what you're gonna. This is the only thing you're ever gonna need if the world comes to an end. Yeah, whatever.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Wait, I love them now because it's all. You got to check this out. It was designed by some guy who got fired from some company, and it's taking the world by storm.
Yeah.
Every
Order
video
now.
on Rumble's like that. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Order now, limited quantities.
Yeah, there's only 5 left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now
So
it's
many-
one in stock left.
I think there's so many variables in things like YouTube, which is obviously part of a bigger umbrella. That the search engine optimization side of it, where you get exposed and what it picks up, and all the bots and how it gets trawled.
Mhm.
It's all complex, but I would start looking basically at your channel SEO, your keywords in your channel, even down to the description of each video and all this sort of stuff. It's a very,
Yeah,
you know,
especially yeah.
you can be walking a tight line sometimes, and
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, it's difficult, but have a look at other channels. I suppose you can delve into their
There's
sort of side. You can look at the underpinning words and stuff of other channels to compare it with yours as well.
there is a good channel that I've shouted out many times on my channel. It's Corsairs Trainers. He has a Monday
Yeah,
morning
Steve.
coffee. Steve, yeah. And he's not fear porn. His whole channel is don't be a victim, because he was special forces in the Marine Corps, and then after he got out of the Marine Corps, he went into a federal prison guard. So he knows the criminal mind. He knows how these people operate. He knows how they think. Great channel, but he doesn't get the exposure because he doesn't do the fear porn.
Yeah. Some of this fear porn stuff is ridiculous. I don't even know why people actually watch that sort of crap. It's just
I don't
like fear porn either.
I tend to steer towards things like, specific things like the ice making machine and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Once a channel starts steering into that and they get hooked on it, I unsubscribe, because I'm looking for a way to be able to build a hammock between two trees. You know what I mean? Something useful. And yeah, once a channel spins into that and they seem to get addicted to it because they get all the exposure, I unsubscribe. I just don't have any use for it.
Yeah, you're not going to learn anything from that sort of thing.
Nothing you can lay your hands on.
I watch a lot of freeze drying video channels and that. And I found one in the very beginning. He was pretty cool to watch. I'm not gonna say who it was, because now he's just all driven by advertisements and throwing things in the background so he can get free stuff. And literally, I started watching some more of his videos again. I'm like, I'm not learning anything here. Yeah. And then I found other channels where, oh my God, I learned so much. And these poor guys have 190 subscribers. And I'm learning some basic physics and things on freeze dry. And I'm like, why doesn't anybody ever talk about it? Of course, I went on my Facebook page years ago and put that in there. I was like, how come nobody weighs their food coming out of the freeze dryer to make sure it lost all the water weight? Just to be specific here. My comment got taken down. They don't want to hear.
I think one thing we can do as individuals is we can shout out those channels. Shout them out.
Stay off of them. Yeah.
I mean, what I'm talking about is the good channels. So
like Steve.
Yeah. Shout them out. Do it frequently. Get some attention to these people who are, especially if you live in a city or suburbs. We live in the suburbs, and staying and not being a victim is a very high priority for us. And so that's why I like his channel so very much.
Who just left?
I don't know. Oh, the British guy. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Daryl Survival. He's taking his dog for a walk.
Oh, okay.
I gotta make a phone call, so I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Back. He said 20 minutes.
I'll be back.
I cannot go get my coffee until I fire CR. I've got to fire him once a week. I have to. It's on. It's on my schedule.
Yeah, that's fire. He's fire CR every week.
He is right on that one. The entertainment side is much larger than the educational side.
It's true. Yeah. You're right. Okay,
the marketing so CR and education. Yeah. CR gets a point for that one. He's still not fired yet. He will be. He's right there.
He's right.
I've got I've got a series of videos that continually get 40, 50 watches a day, and every day since they've been made. One of them has got 17,000 views, and the amount of views it goes up ranges from about 50 a day to about 300 a day, depending on what's on the news. If the news relates to that sort of, if someone mentions the word nuclear on TV, from Putin or whatever, the view count goes right up to the same, you know, but it's totally unrealistic because, yeah, well, whatever, you know. I like watching, you know, videos like you've got a passive sort of angle to them, like, you know, look and seek out things that will do the work for you, like the ice machine, solar panel orientated stuff. They're continually, you know, solar panel array and solar panel systems on a small scale. They'll bank the battery, bank the power for you. Then it's up to you what you use it for. That's.
I've had my channel for 13 years, and I didn't start putting any videos up until about a year or so ago, about a year. And they're just shorts and stuff because I'm not really, I want to do it. I don't have that kind of time. So I'll do a short on, like, you know, my garden and put it up there. A couple other guys do the same thing. I don't have a lot of followers. I really don't care. I'm not looking to, maybe someday when I get the property done and I can put my commercial kitchen in, I'll start doing more chef tech stuff with a better looking camera and stuff. But right now it's like, I'll throw in little tips and tricks. And some of them have like 20 views. Some of them have like 400. And it's all in the keywords, like PV was saying. You know, I put in Roma tomatoes, and oh my God, it went crazy. But it was a short, and no comments, not too many likes, but a lot of views. I'm like, well, that's great. It's a short, so it doesn't really count for much of anything.
Shorts do quite well, I think. But they're a flash in the pan sort of thing.
Oh yeah,
yeah. The title definitely, it's definitely up there.
I've changed the way I do my videos. I don't edit them anymore. I try to keep my videos informative and in less than 2 minutes because, you know, like I build something, and I used to show milling this part and lathing and all that stuff, and people don't watch it. If you keep your videos down that are informative and keep them down to less than 2 minutes, people watch it.
Yeah. Although there's some channels, and I've done so far, I probably have, because I have a second channel. I have like 2 videos on it. I'm not really doing anything with it right now. That's my Mad Chick Acres. I have a GoPro. I mount it on the top of my tractor, and I just let it run, pushing trees over, clearing out the areas and stuff. And I don't talk. It's just that. And I found myself watching other people's videos for like 45 minutes. They're not talking. It's just they're doing something. You don't even see the person, or maybe you see their hands or whatever. That's all you see. And I'll catch myself for like, I'm like, oh my God, I've been watching this thing for 45 minutes. Really?
True.
Okay. So that'll be my other channel. It'll be more just, you know, the tractor with the GoPro mounted on top. And I have my phone going because I can control the GoPro from that. And but I got to put those on a hard drive and then splice them all together to make them into whatever length I want, because they're all in like 12-minute clips, but they continue on. Yeah, so I'll try something like that at some point. I just haven't gotten around to that yet. That's a lot of work to start learning once you get going with it with the right programs. And I got the program. I bought it. Have I used it much? A couple times. It's just complicated right now until I figure it out.
It's always sometimes I'm looking for a subject and I can't sort of find it because people are gearing their videos to literally towards how many views they get to get their tick in the box of the week and so on.
Yeah,
like I like to see, you know, for the longest, like back to the subject of it, long-term recovery. You know, I would like to see things like you know, sustainable energy sources, like on a DIY sort of scale. I mean, solar, yes. Wind to a certain extent. I could think about maybe bolstering up a rudimentary wind system. Hydro, where do I start? Biofuel, where do you start? You know.
Yeah. I think I'll do that. I'll make some more videos for my playlist about prepping for the suburbs. You know, like include an axe, shovel, pruning shears, hammer and nails. Just make them, you know, 2 or 3, and how to maintain those tools. That's really important, guys. It really, like I gave you an example. The fellow next to me is laying in the mud, struggling, and I did the same amount of work as he did in 20 minutes. Then he was out there all day because he doesn't maintain his tools, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up that playlist and post it up here real quick so that not on this, on the chat. just for my own reminder.
It'd be interesting to see how someone would go from an urban environment, let's say they live in a block of flats, to establishing themselves in a long-term scenario.
Welcome,
You
Justin.
know, trying
to see
to
you
sustain
again.
yourself long-term in an urban environment, in buildings, stuff like that, is going to be extremely hard. You know, you've got deterioration around you. The sanitation system might break down, or probably will break down if the rest of the systems have gone down. The knock-on effect from that is going to be quite large. Anyway, you know, we haven't even talked about pests really, rats and stuff like this. Yeah, the controlling of
my own experience, PV, with pests. That's a good topic because I had all those nice ornamental plants at my house overseas, and those giant snails got in there and they ate all of them. Like, you little sons of bitches.
Right.
Pests can wipe out all of your food, everything.
Yeah, exactly.
They can
Whether it's,
destroy everything for you.
Everything.
Well, I mean, father-in-law used to have an allotment, and he's done it all his life. So he had sort of 50 odd years experience in in this tennis court size allotment, and it was literally one man, tennis court size allotment, and it literally supplied family of 4 year round with that size food. We're talking carrots, broccoli, beets, cauliflower, cabbage mainly. You couldn't really go carrots, really. That's right. But yeah, tennis court size plot of land. You had to carry all the water up there as well because there was no tap up there, and it continually being plagued by pigeons, rabbits, all other types of bird life. Stuff that was cross-contaminating from other fields.
Yeah,
whole host of things, you know, and it's continual struggle. I don't think a lot of people will really grasp that sort of thing. Slugs as well, like you say, slugs, snails. The countermeasures that you can do for all those sorts of things, copper wire and copper banding and stuff like this. Yeah.
I'm gonna get ready to go have my afternoon coffee, and good to talk to you gentlemen again. And CR, well, you didn't make the grade today. You still gotta, you're still here. Kind of disappointed, but
he'll make it to survive and get fired another day.
Yeah, another day. Next week, CR, you're out of here. All right, I'm gonna go get my coffee and check out the cute little baristas here and there. But
yeah.
Peace out, you fellas. Good conversation today. Good conversation.
Have a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Take care, Bob.
Catch you in a bit.
Thanks for stopping by.
Have a good Christmas. Yeah. It's an absolute nightmare. I mean, if one was to write down every sort of subject they can think of in relation to surviving long term after a major disaster, you look at the subjects that you've written down, and you'll probably be astounded as to what's deep and what schools got to be involved. That's why I said earlier, it would probably be almost impossible for, say, 4 people to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, we could literally pick a specific grid down or collapse scenario, real specific, like, okay, solar flare, boom, no power until somebody figures out how to get the power grid back up. And we could still talk about that for forever.
Yeah.
Because every scenario has so many sub scenarios, and like I say, all you can do is just try to be ready, not ready, but just have the mindset where you can figure it out as you go, depending on what happens. I mean, you just got to, okay, this just happened. What do I need? What do I got to do?
I think, there's a lot of scenarios which have got their common fallout traits. So, panic, crime, large movements of people, etc., etc. You know, resources starting to get limited, depletion, and then the change of systems because they're not managed anymore. A lot of it. I think whatever the scenario is, if it comes to a sort of breakdown in society, resupply, management of land and systems, the common effects after that will probably be quite similar. That's not even counting, contamination of air, land, sea.
Yeah, that'll be the biggest thing that you really can't do much about it except get as far away from it as you can and be upwind.
Yeah.
That's something I think about. It's like, well, yeah, not sure how I'm gonna react to that one if all the sewer systems start backing up in the city next to me here and the wind's blowing my way, and then the bacteriological infections and all kinds of problems, and then I mean, like I said, you could make yourself crazy thinking about the scenario and run it as far downhill as you can and figure out where you can, thrive or survive on that.
Well, Vanessa says medical is difficult now, let alone in disaster. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think the medical system we've got here, for instance, in Britain, is it's a reactive system. You failed in some way, shape, or form in the preventative measures of medical health, hygiene that has resulted in your injury. Obviously, there's accidents that will happen. Some people will get ailments out of the blue, but there's quite a lot of things that can be prevented, and even down to just health and safety. Everyone laughs at that sort of phrase, but also preventative measures include being able to eat well as well. Eat well, keep yourself clean. I think a lot of ailments. Yeah, I think a lot of ailments manifest quite a long way down the line because it's what you haven't eaten. You got to a sort of malnourished state in some way, shape, or form, like scurvy back in the days of Columbus and all that sort of thing. So yeah, the medical system is going to be very difficult. I remember watching a film once. It was about I think it was a pandemic scenario or something like this. And the guy, they managed to bug out. They managed to get into this community, and they were growing crops and stuff like this. And then one day, the guy pricked his finger on a thorn or something like that, and he developed an infection. There was no antibiotics. He ended up dying. So, for the long-term sort of recovery and sustainability for the health and medical sort of side of it is going to be you're going to be really watching what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, first aid kits. Yeah. You can make do first aid kits to control bleeding and stuff like that. Stripping bits of clothes off and boiling the clothes to make makeshift bandages and stuff like this. Using poultices and natural remedies, all well and good. Essential medications, they'll be gone eventually. 10-year point ish plus.
Yeah.
But there you are then down to preventive measures, disease management. Mental health sort of side of it as well. You're down to your personal hygiene, your waste management, and all the rest of it. And good luck, basically. It's why it's good to delve back into history and look at how people succumb to various ailments and injuries back in the Edwardian times or medieval times, even back into the Victorian times. And there's all sorts of fantastic, remedies for this and that. And you think to yourself, well, it was only back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, I think it was, that people actually subscribed to start smoking to relieve their make breathing easier and stuff like this.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
When I was growing up, my pediatrician, doctor, whatever he was, he always had a cigarette going in the office.
Right. And this is that can you can move on to a little bit of a side story there, where you know a little bit of knowledge can go a long way, but a little bit of knowledge can also be dangerous.
Yeah,
So,
Vanessa says public health is critical to survival.
oh, definitely, yeah. And you know, public health extends to you know, safe food handling, safe storage of food, safe cooking of food, washing hands. You know, how are you going to wash hands without soap? People think about that. You know, there is alternatives, but basics, and it will be that sort of thing which could bring down a community quite easily. I'll give you an example. We did an exercise in the Sahara, and the toilets were situated right next to the eating facility, the cookhouse, and so quite a few blokes come down with the shits, and it was because they weren't washing their hands properly. There wasn't no washing up station as you entered the dining facility. So in the first couple of weeks, loads of blokes were coming down, stomach problems and diarrhea, vomiting, and it wasn't until they started to wake up and iron out. The locals were contracted out to set up this tent, dining facility, and all the rest of the essential infrastructure, the toilets, etc. And it wasn't done properly. And it wasn't until something sprang to light, like you know, a large number of blokes getting the shits, that they did something about it. Oh, right, you know, public health inspector retired. There you go. So Vanessa will know all about this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I bet some right horror stories can be told there. But yeah, you know,
I could tell you thousands of stories about restaurants I go into the back of, and
right, yeah,
you
there
would
you go.
never eat in a restaurant again after some of my stories and the things that go on. That you'd be like, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
it's like, yep,
Yeah.
surprised nobody gets sick. Yeah,
and I bet you, if you were to go down the stages, it will come down to a simple set of sequence of actions that could have stopped all that, you know, basic cleaning, hand washing, and whatever, pest control or whatever it is. Yeah,
just
yeah,
basic sanitation. I mean, I watch these people. I'll give you a little one. Of course, now CR is like not going to be hungry at all. They, you know, they put their gloves on while they're cooking food, but they never take them off. It's like they think they're protecting their skin from your food. No, they're touching everything: refrigerator doors, food, plates, scratching their head, and they never take their gloves off. And I just look like, dude, are you kidding me? And they don't. Some people just don't understand it. It's like, I was told to wear gloves, so I wear gloves. Okay, you might want to change them. Look, there's 800 boxes in here. Change your gloves. Wash your hands. Jeez.
Yeah. What I learned is, if you are going to use gloves, you should change them every 15 minutes.
Or change them per sequence of action.
Yeah, and if you change, if you use gloves and you handle chickens, you need to, when you finished with that, you need to change gloves.
Change your gloves, wash your hands, and put another pair of gloves on. Yeah.
This is a sort of thing which could be beneficial if you're in a large family or you're in a group or a community, and someone, you don't necessarily, it's good to rotate through every now and then to keep people's minds fresh and cross train the skills. But if one person is okay or good at what they do, they might be the chef or whatever, or the hunter or the butcher, then let them stick with it and get sort of an apprenticeship scheme going where someone follows you, and then until they can build up their skills to that sort of extent, they're good at it then, and you've got redundancy starting to kick in. Yeah, I mean, soap, classic example. Once soap has gone, how do you start to? Yeah, exactly.
What did they do back in the 1700s? I mean, they made their own soap. It was just lye, Yeah. But they also knew that you needed to maintain some kind of cleanliness, or you're going to get sick.
Yep.
especially in a disaster. You can't afford to get
No,
uh,
you can't afford
food
food
poisoning.
poisoning. Nope. Because it's going to come out one end or the other or both, and you're going to be dehydrated and you're going to
And
be
that
down
would,
for a couple days.
yeah, or worse, dead.
Yeah, depends on what kind of Vanessa's going. Yep, know all about that because she was a health inspector. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. She could probably almost guess what company I work for, but don't say it, Vanessa. But yeah, I'm in lots of kitchens. Even the worst thing I see is when you got one person running the big dishwasher, washing the plates. He or she is handling all the dirty stuff, putting it on the racks, putting it in the machine. And when it's loaded up on the other end, they just wipe their hands on their apron. They grab those nice clean plates and put them back on the shelf. I'm like, are you kidding me? Would you lick your fingers right now? They're like, ew, no, why? I'm like, why are you touching my plates?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can listen. I could make everybody here just never want to go out to eat dinner again. So could Vanessa probably.
Never have a salad abroad.
Nope, nothing ever.
Yeah.
Grow your own, eat your own, do it yourself. Never leave the house. I don't even like some of the stuff in the stores because everybody's walking around sneezing, wheezing, and touching on it. And it was in a truck driving across the country somewhere. God only knows what was going on then.
I mean, if the medical system is broken down, completely gone, and there's no chance of any sort of medical aid or management of your condition, people might be in the situation where they're that paranoid about getting infection that they'll walk around with PPE on most of the time, gloves, mask, or a decent set of footwear. You can imagine stepping on a rusty nail when there's no chance of any sort of shot availability. But likewise, people could be in a position where they've established themselves, they've got a sustainable life going, they're ticking over quite well, and then you got to start thinking about, right, okay, we've got a good thing going here. Start thinking about the security of what we've got, the information security of what we got. Don't start telling every Tom, Dick, and Harry that you bump into or another community what you've got, how sustainable you are, etc., etc. You want to keep some sort of low profile protocol in place.
Yeah.
Because next thing you know, you might be overrun or things start to get stolen, even by your own crew. Because anyone in business will know that the biggest theft comes from your own workers and stuff like this. So, and resource control. I mean, if you are on the ball and you've got, you're quite comfortably ticking along, and you've got excess of supplies, and you've got storage facilities for these supplies, whether it be grain or surplus of animals or whatever it is, who's going to be in charge of those assets? You've got to start thinking about appointments of jobs and tasks into key positions where you're not necessarily controlling people in terms of drip feeding resources, but you're putting in place some sort of measure to stop theft and sort of black marketeering going on amongst your own group or community.
That's right. Trust is a huge thing because trust is earned, not given, and it takes a long time. It takes a long time to gain it, but an instant to lose it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So what we used to do when we used to work with sensitive material and stuff like this is it's always two-person control. So you're never leaving one person on their own with anything sensitive. It's always two people, and those two people are vetted to some sort of level,
Yeah.
So there's always accountability. I think actually accountability is another key one, because if you're if you're a community, you've got some sort of, if you are in a community, then at some point, and if it's successful, you must have started to adopt some sort of
Okay, Lynn.
management of that facility. One person doesn't necessarily have to be in charge. It might be a panel of people. So who is each sub task going to be allocated to? Who's going to control? Who's going to do the checks and balances to make sure nothing's getting stolen? Nothing's, everyone's getting their fair share, for instance. And that includes tasks as well, because the worst thing you can do, once you're in a community and group that's working together and ticking over and sustain themselves, is you don't want to start to adopt this era or this air of dissatisfaction because someone's working harder than someone else, because they think their workload is a lot harder than another person, and unfairness kicks in. So those sorts of things long term is quite a key thing, because if that sort of thing doesn't happen, then you're in the realms of sort of minor scale mutinies and all this sort of thing, and people may leave and you get disruption, the apple cart gets upset and all this sort of thing. So I think that's the human element. So the managerial side of a group or community or family is key. Even if 4 of you, a stroppy teenager, anyone with stroppy teenagers will probably know how hard they are to sort of manage, so to speak. So, Daru, you back in?
Yeah, I just went round the block with a dog.
Right. Is he satisfied? Has he done his business?
Yeah, satisfied.
Good boy. Where is the fluffy boy? Bring him on.
Come on, CJ. Right.
There he is. Look.
There he is.
I think he wants a treat.
Yep.
He's licking his lip.
Probably.
You call my name, you better give me something to eat.
Yeah, I think he's got the word sausages written on his face.
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
he looks like a good boy.
Sit down. Sit. Is he going to sit? Nope. That's because the command's coming from. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and he's poor as well.
Oh, when you said who's going to look after the assets, and like me and CJ, we strolled in. We said, "Here we are. We look after everybody."
We got you.
Well, you see, I mentioned that because we get like this. We had this like this in the army. You see, so it's quite a good thing to relate to in my mind, because that's basically all I know. But we used to deploy in a group, whether that be 4 people, 8 people, 4,000, 5,000 as a brigade or whatever, as a battle group. And no matter where or what size it was, there was always some sort of structure. There was always checks and balances involved. There was people allocated with various responsibilities, fair responsibilities. And, the system worked, even down to the fact that, if you got a storeman, he's in charge of all the clothing, the boots, the body armor, the helmets, or whatever it is, or the food, the rations. Then, that is a big responsibility of one person. And to avoid these sorts of people getting power hungry and ego trip sort of mentality, then someone's got to check on that to make sure they're not going array, So it is a big thing, really. But on the information side of it as well, it'll be good. It's not good to keep people, leave people in the dark. Longer term, have regular updates, gatherings like they used to have back in the day, I suppose. Community hall or church gatherings where you'd all have your say, air your grievances, and all this sort of thing. People might even have their own law and order system in place based on certain sort of values. It's community alliances and trust networks have got to be put in place. especially when it comes to law and order. You know, what's the punishment regime going to be if someone is found to have taken more than their share, or abused someone, or killed someone, or whatever it is. So it's I think dispute resolution and community policing is what I'm sort of getting at, really. But yeah, establish codes and laws. It's got to be key, especially when everything's sort of stabilized and you're looking at the long term. You're trying to rebuild things back up now, rebuilding sort of. I suppose it depends on the community's vision of how they want to progress ahead. Do they want to start replicating the old lifestyle, or do they want to go down a new path?
Take it day by day, see how it goes.
Yeah, well, the problem with that is, I'd say, is if you take it day by day, then you're instilling sort of an air of uncertainty. What's going to happen tomorrow? There's no vision of the future. There's no sort of long-term hope installed into it. Whereas if you give someone sort of targets and a belief that 5 years down the line things are going to be better because of the plan you've imposed, whether it could be back to a crop rotation system or a big foraging regime, whatever it is, I think people have got to have a long-term positive outlook on the future.
Definitely
a target to work to.
So a good routine is a good thing to do. Get into a good routine. That's what I was going to say about after when I said take it day by day, but then get into a routine where you get if there's a group of you, a community.
Yeah. I mean, I did a video on this, and the Hugo just says there, have regular update meetings, no phones.
Yeah.
One thing we used to do is, and I sort of translated this into the aftermath of a disaster sort of scenario, is that everyone's, the people who survived, fine, you survived, you're starting to recover, reconstruct, etc. At that point, you should have regular gatherings. And we're in the army, we used to have at least two, about two a day. So one in the morning, one in the evening. I'd suggest that's too much for the average person because you're not involved in any sort of battle rhythm. I'd suggest say at least, at the most one sort of meeting a day. So it's in the evening. So in the evening you all come together, whatever time it is, random meal times, before or after meal times, when everyone's in sort of one consolidated place, and you all update each other as to what you've done, the achievements you've made. Did you set out to do what you did? And any contributions from people that have gleaned information from the day. They might have, a scenario may be developing, the weather might be getting bad or whatever. You've spotted people in the distance or whatever it is, that you all add into the picture to build a picture up for that day. So by the end of that sort of meeting or the end of that day, everyone knows what they're going to do tomorrow. They've had a roundup of the day, so everyone's singing off the same song sheet, and everyone is on a level playing field when it comes to information flow. There's nothing worse than being left out of the information loop, because you start questioning things, conspiracies start to develop, all this sort of thing. It's not good really for the management of people. Now, when I say management of people, I don't mean you're looking down on people and saying, how do we coordinate things? It's like a cohesive group all in together, But regular meetings is definitely key. Whether that's one person in charge or a panel of people that's been voted in, or whatever system that people have adopted. They may have even adopted a messiah, off their own back or whatever, that's rescued everyone through some fluke, whatever it is, Yeah.
It's almost like you need a governing body with elections every month with paper ballots. That would be great. And everybody gets to count the ballots. And then you can change over who's in charge on a regular basis. And by the way, there's no paycheck for it. So do you want to be in charge and help everybody out? Great. You don't get lifetime benefits and lifetime salary. and see who really steps up.
This at this sort of stage, this is when it gets complicated. You see, because
Yes.
people will, and that's what probably everyone just thought as you said that. People will think back to the pre-disaster era of political corruption, people buying each other off, and so on and so on.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's at that stage it's going to be, I wouldn't like to. It's going to be hard.
I figured I'd throw that in there.
Yeah. Well, it's even hard to sort of think about what you'd actually put in place for that sort of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if you only have I just pick a number, 4 to 10 people or 12 people, and one person was the one that got everybody together, they're all going to look to that person.
Yeah.
For stuff. But once the group starts growing bigger, then you have to start thinking about, okay, what is everybody really going to want? I mean, we're talking probably years down the road here, but what does everybody really want? And do I have their best interest in mind, or am I doing it for my own self-interest, which the person in charge is not going to think, am I doing it for my own self-interest? They may very well be doing it for their own self-interest. So trying to come up with a form of governance would be another issue.
It'll be interesting to see. I probably won't live that long anyway, to see how the colony on Mars develops and how their system, what system they adopt when Elon Musk gets the ball rolling.
I don't think we're going to be going to Mars anytime soon.
No, but yeah.
Crap, we haven't been back to the moon, have we? We keep saying next year. Yeah, we ain't going. But it's going to be a stepping stone to other planets and galaxies. Okay, we still ain't gone back yet. I have my theories on that too, but I'm not going to go there on Shadow's channel.
We'll turn it into a conspiracy talk.
Sure. Let me put my tinfoil hat back on here.
Yeah, I think a lot of hatred, greed got us in this situation in the first place, because a lot of people can't get on with each other. Man, it's obvious that man cannot manage man. He cannot manage the resources without people getting backhanders, without corruption, without wars, without death. It's proven. So you're talking about governance. Make love a foundation. Build your house on a good foundation, and we're a good community here. We like love here. You're talking about how to govern. You even mentioned people. Someone mentioned even what to do if someone killed someone.
Yeah. So a good series to watch is a series called Survivors, and it's the 1970s version. And the scenario was there. It was quite similar to COVID actually, but it was the mortality rate was higher, and it wiped out sort of 90% of the population of Earth. But basically, it's an interesting series to watch because it goes from pre-event, event, aftermath, and into the longer term scenario then, and it without sort of laboring the point. Each episode tackles a slightly different thing, but continues the story without sort of getting too boring, if you know what I mean. There's two versions. There's the Survivors, the 1970s version was the best one. There was another modern day version reimagined, and that was just garbage, really. That those sorts of things are good because they play about with this sort of management and morality of various situations. I remember one situation. There was a simple guy who he had a mental age of 20 of a teenager or younger, whatever it was, but it was a bit of a simpleton. And someone came into the group and someone got killed, and the fingers were pointed towards this guy who was mental problems, and he couldn't really justify why he didn't do it, and they ended up convening some sort of court, and they all found him guilty, and they had to kill him in the end because they thought he'd committed murder, and justice was dealt out, and it turned out later on that he didn't actually do it. So,
Well, yeah, wouldn't
or
like to see that.
another scenario, you can go to the Mad Max 2 thing where break the deal, spin the wheel, sort of thing, and take your chances on that.
That's it.
Thunderdome, love that movie.
That's good. Yeah, it's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's going to be surviving. There's going to be people that are going to have a lot of stuff as well, like i.e., government hired and government that are going to have a lot of capability still. We're talking about, long-term survival. What about things like, are they going to round people up? Are they going to want to put people in camps? What about
Yeah,
they need
What
workers.
about, what about maybe they want to get rid of us? I mean, this is why I mentioned earlier about how it's important as well. Before you settle down somewhere, are you safe there? You might stay there. You might think, wow, this is really cool. We've set up a garden, and all of a sudden you've got these amazing trucks pull up, and you're like, well, I thought there was I thought it was end of days things happening. There was no resources around, and all of a sudden these guys pull up with big trucks, helicopters. You guys can't be here.
Yeah, we'll relocate you. Don't worry about it. We got you. Yeah.
We're talking about long-term survival. I mean, there's going to be marauding gangs. There's going to be all sorts going on.
I don't like to sort of predict what's going to happen because we never really know. But there's traits that always happen. There's always someone who wants to be in charge.
Oh yeah.
There's always the need, and in certain people's eyes, there's always the need for the epsilon morons to do the dirty work and the manual labor, the crap work that nobody else wants to do. So who does it? Who gets put in this position, that position? Maybe that, and this is another thing that's tackled in that sort of Survivors. I'll have to dig out what date it is, but one of the solutions they come up with in the end is there's a series of isolated communities, and they come together in a sort of marketplace, do all their sort of trading and dealing, and then they bugger off back to their individual farmstead, homestead type places, and they give a cut of their take-ins to the people who are supplying security for the marketplace. Because many people may not even want to live in a community. Depends how hard it gets. Barter town sort of stuff. Mad Max 2 again.
Yeah.
Embargo. Yeah. I remember that movie.
Yeah. And you may, comms as well. You may want to, you get to the point where you start thinking about, is there anyone else left in other locations that you haven't accessed yet? So you might start thinking about putting calls out on sort of radio systems or more basic information systems, community boards, or send messengers out, aka the postman. Film the postman. Yeah. It was in that film that the singer. It escapes me, but
what? Kevin Costner?
No, the singer.
Tina Turner.
I Went Back Down. He sang "I Went Back Down." I have to Google that one as well.
Was that the guy running the power dam?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Crap. Yeah, I can't remember his name now.
I'm Googling it now. Yeah. 1997. Was that long ago?
Yeah, he was part of Van Halen for a short time. I know that.
All right. Where is he?
Got the long hair.
Yeah.
Okay, so what have we said to these government officials?
Tom Petty. There you go.
Yeah, Tom Petty. That's it.
So if we said to these officials, we don't want to go to your camp, thank you very much. We just rather go our own way.
Now they
What if
just
they
shoot
said,
you.
yeah, that's in America. In the UK, PV, are we going to get shot?
I don't know, because once law and order is broken down, there's no accountability to a sort of higher thing. There's no allegiance or anything like that. Then any sort of force which is going around trying to get people or get resources is going to be done, I'm presuming, by force. Join our, join our group or else. Once you're in, you're in. It's almost like the gang mentality of,
Like the
once
mafia.
you're in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically one way in, no way out.
Well, if you have one person that everybody looks up to because he has everything, or she, whatever, they have everything, and now he's got security and he can feed them and clothe them and house them, and he brings more people in, and everybody not worships him, but looks up to this one person, then he can start making the rules and the laws, saying we need more people, go find more people. Okay, here, take the supplies with you, go get them. I mean, this is like Postman movie type stuff where they just go out and take people.
Well, yeah, the good thing about films is that it's been researched quite a bit to try and get a true reflection of, the film and continuity and all this sort of thing. So actually, films are quite a good thing to get ideas going and get things people thinking about.
Yeah.
The survive. It's almost like the Magnificent Seven, where a team, a group came in. Give us your grain or food or whatever for our team. We'll be back next month, etc., etc. That sort of thing. Why bother doing all the work if you've got a load of guns with you and you can just go around from village to village getting what you want? They're doing the work for you.
We'll protect you. Don't worry about it. You feed us, we'll protect you. We'll be back next month for more supplies. Wait, there was a cartoon. What was that? Bugs Life. Yeah, that's it.
Survivors 1975, 1977 is the one I was thinking of.
Survivors. Gotcha. Yeah, like Bugs Life, the movie with the the Disney thing, whatever, where the grasshoppers, these ants ever realize there's more of them than us, our life is ruined or it's doomed. Yeah. That's nobody realizes that right now. What makes anybody think they're going to realize that when crap hits the fan?
Yep.
Yeah, it's good to have the thinking and the eye training. So training your brain and training your eye and training. Well, I mean, can I say training the brain? I mean, training the mind to think on long-term survival, on short-term survival, and everything that comes in between as much as you can.
I mean, we've all got it in us to survive.
Yeah.
We've all got it in us to survive in the short term, to survive hardship, etc. The longer term thing, I think, is slightly different. Yeah. It takes a different sort of mental level to survive the longer term. It's going to take a different sort of person to survive on their own, self-sustained, hunting and fishing, etc. Because it's a hard life and the skills involved are quite, epic. So dealing with things is pretty much a massive part of it. Not crumbling under pressure, not succumbing to the uncertainties, not letting things get to you. It's simple to say, but you've got to be sort of mentally robust. You've got to have some sort of mental coping mechanism. You've got to be able to mentally adapt to situations. I've seen plenty of guy crumble because he hasn't been mentally robust enough, whether that's in the gym or on runs and stuff like that. People quite capable of finishing the tab, weighted run, weighted march, etc., but they've not been mentally robust enough to actually do it. Something is blocking it. Their breaking point is a lot lower than other people, and everyone's got a different sort of breaking point, whether it's physical or mental, but the mental side of it is definitely definitely a key thing. don't fly off the handle. You know, people can fly off the handle at the slightest of things, and at the end of the day, you can't really do anything about it. You can't change the outcome of it, so you've either got to accept it or modify your actions to the event. You know, no matter how minor it is, as we've seen with COVID, you know, lockdowns.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I still see a lot of people, and I still hear a lot of stories now that you know, nothing's ever changed. Lockdown changed it for me. I don't go out anymore, or you know, people's parents have now changed their attitude to things, and they don't go out as much as they did beforehand. What's changed? You know, it's got to be on the mental level that you don't do that. Have they got into some sort of habit or something, and they've got into a groove or whatever? Strange.
Yeah, it is.
It certainly knocked a lot of people off their path for a while.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm indicating at. You know, you've got to adapt. The amount of people I talk to, I mean, I talk to quite a few older people as well. I don't tell people what to do, you know. But I see them. I say to them, you know, you got to get a hobby. If you haven't got a hobby, then you're just sat there staring at the floor, thinking, you know, you're mentally going downhill. You got to keep yourself active, give yourself a reason to continue. You got to adapt to the current situation. You cut your cloth according to your whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's understandable. You just got to get on with it and work with what you got. And
yeah. I mean, you know, you suddenly find out that something's happening and you can't go out for the next 6 months because, I don't know, air contamination, or there's some sort of predators out there, or pandemic, plague, whatever it is. What do? You don't just sit there and try and continue life as normal. You've got to say, okay, you've got to accept the fact that you can't go out because the risk is too great. So therefore, you've got to then modify your daily routine whilst you're indoors. So what do? You know, you might have had an entertainment box that you've put in your preps and stuff like this. You start playing or inventing new card games, or start building things out of cards, or start drawing things, start painting things. But you got to give yourself some sort of reason to be there and wake up in the morning. I don't think it's good to stagnate and fester, really, mentally and physically. Then you start going down that path. One can follow the other. You start to mentally stagnate, then you start physically stagnating. Then before you know it, you're developing all sorts of ailments, whether it be, I don't know, DVTs, or I don't know. You know what I mean, right?
yeah, definitely a good thing it would be is leadership qualities. I mean, you know, we could all find ourselves in a situation. We're all talking about it now. However many there are of us here tonight, we're talking about things now. We could find ourselves potentially in a situation where everything's gone to the dogs, everything's gone bad, and loads of people panicking, loads of people screaming. Some people are prepared, some people haven't prepared. You may find yourselves in a situation where people will look to you for guidance, and us as preppers, you know, we sort of talk about food, shelter, fire, and all this kind of stuff. But what people are saying is very important, because having that kind of mentality of, right, okay, the bridge has collapsed. We're going to have to find another way. You know, if you just sit on the bank there and say, well, what are we going to do now? There's a very famous film, Aliens, where everything's gone to the dogs and the aliens have started to kill everybody. And this American soldier goes, what are we going to do now?
The
guy saying to him, calm down. Like, you know, And they seem to add it in other couple of films as well, where someone says, "What we're going to do now?" You know, and it's supposed to be a hardened soldier.
I think people have got to adopt sort of a realistic approach to things and rationalize things. And evaluate things at a simplistic level.
The immediate requirements. What's the immediate? Okay, you've got a guy over there who's got a cut arm. Okay, hold his arm up in a certain position. What's happened over there? Well, we've got someone thirsty. You know, all right. Has anyone got any water? You know, just what's it called when someone comes and assesses a situation where there's a lot of injured people around the place, and you've got to assess who's in need first.
You triage someone. Yeah, triage sort of situation. Yeah, I mean that sort of thing in other scenarios can be done through training, thought processes.
Oh, there's a woman across the road. She's pregnant. She's about to have a baby.
Well, you got various options there. You either leave her and let her go on with it, or intervene, or get someone. If you intervene, what resources have you got to deal with it? Yeah. Because look on the flip side of things, you don't have to help people. Bugger them. I'm all right. I'll withdraw to my own little corner and just leave them to it. Let them die. Pick up their resources. You could, that mentality could also be adopted by various people.
I've seen
it's not all rosy,
Most videos I've seen of preppers, though, a lot of people that do bug out bags, the majority I've heard them say things like, "Well, I've got a load of first aid stuff just in case someone else needs it." And it's a bit you hear one side of it. Oh yeah, if just in case someone needs it, and then you've got the other side where someone's saying, "Right, I'm not letting no one in my house."
Yeah, well, the bug out bag thing is it's a flash in the pan in terms of disaster and SHTF type stuff. It's literally a flash in the pan. To me, with various people's versions of bags, but it should be able to get you from A to B to your bug out location or place of safety, evacuation bag, or whatever you want to call it. But
I call mine my go bag. If I get it rides around in my truck. If I get stuck, I know where I'm at. At furthest, when I'm doing my daily routines and at furthest, it's a 2-day walk back to my house. Other than that, it's a day and a half. So I got enough stuff to get me home. That's all I need to do is get home. Now, if there's no home left and something happens there, well, I'll find something else to do and I'll figure it out on the fly.
Yeah. Skills, knowledge. Well, you could recce the area so much. You can gather resources so much. Take note of what's here, what's there, who to speak to, where to go, where to sleep, etc., etc. But then, that's all short-term stuff. I think into the longer term, even if someone's got a Fandango bug out bag with all the rest of the stuff on, they can only carry so much. I used to be in an airborne brigade. We used to jump in, and my Bergen was literally radio, a mast, spare radio batteries, and after that, you couldn't hardly fit anything else in there. So it was literally a sleeping bag, which was the radio was wrapped in the sleeping bag for jumping. So that's sleeping bag, bivvy bag, your tarp. Your warm kit was literally a puffer jacket and a Gore-Tex jacket. You might have had a pair of gloves. You obviously got a hat to wear. Then you're talking about water rations, ammo, a small first aid kit. And, people didn't start carrying around all these knives, saws, and 3 forms of lighting fire and all this sort of stuff. It was really a basic level, and we managed to crack on. And this is like training for a contact scenario in a theatre of war sort of thing. But we'd have fallback plans. We'd have bug out bags in our Bergens, in the top of our Bergen. The worst case was the webbing you had on your vest or whatever. would be sufficient enough to survive for 3 days whilst you're extracting, etc., etc. But that's it. That's a flash in the pan. Once those 3 days are gone, once your food's gone, etc., etc., then you're back to real basics. If you do make it to your safe zone, your evacuation points, your bug out location, or wherever, then you're into the phase we're talking about now, the longer term recovery after the event, and you're trying to go back into consolidation of injuries, who's left, what's left, and trying to get the systems up and running from everything from food, water to power and medical supplies. But you can't do that on your own, I think. Definitely can't. And
Welcome back, CB.
Hey guys, I got something. I don't know who's in here from the U.S., but whoever's in here from the U.S., if you need some ThyroSafe, that's the potassium iodide, shoot me an email and I'll send you some. It's hugahomesteader@gmail.com because I have some. And unfortunately, I can't use it. It does nothing for me. I have no thyroid.
right, yep.
Yeah. I'm ahead of the game.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's one aspect of radiation protection, thyroid. There's a couple of others out there. People can improvise as well on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Various ways
get you
to
some apple pectin or, any kind of citrus, whatever you can get your hands on at the time. Apple
well,
juice, whatever.
if you use iodine solution,
Yes.
say 2% iodine solution, you paint a 6-inch long, 1-inch wide stripe on your sort of forearm or the sensitive part of your abdominal area. You can get the soak-in effect and saturation effects, not quite as similar as taking potassium iodide, but it does have an effect. But it relies on the fact that you take it immediately or prior to a release or an event. But I would say, if you're over sort of the age of 50, you don't really need to have any potassium iodide to begin with anyway, because you've got the effects won't really be that bothersome to you. It's more. I would suggest it's more towards the younger child, the teenager, up to sort of.
Hey, Sierra.
Wait a minute. What'd you say? The
yeah.
effects would not be that bothersome to you.
That's right. Yeah.
You mean radiation?
Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty bothersome to everybody.
Well, no, I'm not talking about radiation as a whole. I'm talking about the saturation.
Oh, yeah.
Thyroid.
The saturation of the iodine. Yeah. People don't realize that that's going to change things too. If you saturate your thyroid with iodine, that's but it's a whole lot better than the alternative. Basically, if anybody doesn't already know, what it does is when we're talking about giving your body iodine, it's your thyroid is the only part of your body that we know how to protect from radiation at this point. Internally, externally, you can do things to try to ward off radiation, but internally, something that you can take to protect your organs and stuff. The thyroid's the only one that we can easily do something about with flooding it with iodine, because your thyroid is like a sponge and it just soaks up radiation. It loves radiation. It takes it in real easily. And so if you take a sponge and you fill it full of water, aka iodine, then it's not going to soak up more water. It's not going to soak up anything else. It can't take anything else in. So it's not like it's not going to help anything else in your body. It does, it's only for the thyroid. And it's not 100% either. It's just that your body, it's just like a sponge. It just literally cannot take in any more. So that's the theory behind it.
It's prevention, not a cure.
Yeah. You have to have taken it ahead of time. You have to take it in enough time that it can do its job.
There's actually there's things you can get now which will protect you from nuclear radiation. You don't have to, with certain devices, you don't have to start thinking about shielding as much. I've seen 2 products available which protect you now from nuclear radiation.
Are you talking about external or internal? Two
The
products that you
exposure-
use externally?
Yeah, externally. You
Okay.
don't swallow these things. One is a suit, which is I think it's called Damron. That's a nuclear radiation protective suit. Super expensive. So, but it's available. And the other one is a belt. It's quite weird. I forget the name of it, but I'll dig it out at some point. But basically, it's a belt, and it's shaped in such a way, such a size that it goes around your waist, and it's lead based. And the idea is that it protects a large portion of your pelvic area. The idea being it protects such a large area of the pelvis that it doesn't matter if you're getting, radiation exposure, because it will protect so much of your body that your body will compensate
Yeah.
and heal itself as it goes along. I'll have to dig out the link for this.
I have a suit from Mira. I think it's MIRA.
Yeah, they don't protect against radiation at all. They're literally fallout protective suits, chemical suits. No radioactive protection whatsoever.
Yeah.
So if you got those, things of that sort of scenario, you need the detection equipment, you need the sufficient amount of suits and PPE. We're talking respirators, canisters, suits, boots, gloves, etc., etc. You need and a large portion of that you need decontamination equipment as well.
Yeah.
And even if you was to get your hands on army surplus, which isn't a good idea anyway, because it's coming to the end of its shelf life, Myra is a good option. Super expensive when you're talking about the amount of you need.
Yeah.
I would say absolute bare essentials minimum. You need 3 sets of suit. Absolute bare essentials.
Well, I got less than the bare essentials. Then I got 2.
Yeah, a lot of people will have. And you literally, your sort of only option would be your sort of immediate action drills for nuclear exposure was to, seek shelter, decontaminate any sort of fallout on you if you're caught out if the fallout's already on you.
And those canisters only last so long, and it's dependent upon. They can't really tell you, like, it's going to last 4 hours or 8 hours or whatever, because it's dependent on the load, on how much it has to work, how hard it has to work. So they can't really tell you for sure. But you'd need a lot of canisters from the calculations I've done.
Yeah, there are defined measurements in place. I mean, canisters, they got the British ones are made by Avon, which or NATO ones are nowadays anyway. They got a shelf life of, let's say, 10 to 12 years. And the lifespans indicated for those are geared towards chemical agents, because it's quite easy to filter out fallout radiation, fallout particles. An FFP3 mask will filter out fallout. So, because they're quite large particles, the key thing is to get in shelter to avoid the radioactive particles being emitted from the particles of fallout. Is that what I mean?
My mask has the ability to, it has a hydration thing where you can drink water or whatever.
Drink and straw, yep.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't really know. I've not tried it.
Well, yeah, I mean, every mask needs a fit test. So you need to be able to fit it properly.
Yeah, I've tried wearing it. Oh, my goodness. I can't imagine trying to do anything in that suit or to really have it on for any period of time. It's the mostly doing something, try putting one of those suits on and then, put all your battle rattle on, and it's crazy to think you need to actually function now and see through it.
Well,
and it's 35 Celsius out now.
Right.
Once you get trained in the use of the suits and you're comfortable with the drills, it's not actually that bad. It's the idea is there's a build up. You're expecting some sort of thing to happen. You wear the suit, and if there's, say, a chemical attack, you don your respirator within 9 seconds. And the idea is you immediately go into undercover and start thinking about immediate decontamination drills. They're not designed to be worn for, say, extended periods of time to begin with. They're sort of life-saving pieces of equipment and stuff like this. So
Just enough to get you somewhere safe.
Yeah, basically, and then
somewhere
you
underground or whatever.
Yeah, then you're into a decontamination regime, a suit change.
So intermediate step.
Yeah, basically, there are suits come online now which you can wash them 40 plus times. Technology has advanced quite a bit. Many people think about the old sort of regime where they're one-use items and all this sort of stuff. Contaminated ones are, but yeah, decontamination kit and detection equipment's key.
I have some of those Tyvek suits. They're more like what you'd use for painting or something. I have those thrown in my coat. I don't know if that's of any use.
Well, it depends on what sort of scenario. I mean, Tyvek suits are rated to different safety standards, so they should have a label on it depicting what the protective measures are and the protective levels. So
the thought was like, after you get done with the big suit, can you then, when the levels go down or whatever, can you then move to wearing the Tyvek suit, or, even give the Tyvek suit to someone who doesn't have a suit,
Well, is this a nuclear scenario you're talking about?
And basically, I think we went there.
Right.
I didn't mean to, but.
So it's a thing called the rule of sevens. So it's after, say, 2 days, ballpark figure, the level of radiation has reduced drastically. So we're talking 90 odd percent back to, say, so from the immediate blast, after, say, 7 hours, the level of radiation will reduce down to 10%. After, say, 49 hours, the level of radiation would have gone down to 1% of what it was immediately after a blast. So
when they say that, are they talking about the radiation that's like in the air? Or are they talking about, because there would be fallout and there would be radioactive like stuff around. Yeah. Are they talking about all the fallout dust and everything would go down?
Right. So various types of radiation that gets emitted from the blast, but most of them are very short-lived. The longer term radiation, i.e. we're talking sort of 15 minutes plus, comes in the form of dust. So it's the dust that is sucked up in the radioactive fireball cloud. It becomes radioactive, and then it travels on the wind. So the heavier particles fall down quite quickly, say within 15 minutes. The lighter particles suspend in the atmosphere for longer and then travel downwind and eventually settle. So each dust, think of them as particles of dust. So each dust particle will emit gamma radiation. And it's that radiation in which you want to protect yourself from either being in a bunker or through shielding or distance. Okay, time and distance is the key. So when this dust settles to the ground and starts emitting gamma radiation, after 7 hours, it would have reduced down to 10%. After 49 hours, it will reduce down to, say, 1% of its original gamma radiation strength or its radiation intensity. So this is called like the rule of sevens. So if you Google rule of sevens or look at some sort of radiation manual, it will give you a graph or depict this sort of thing. But this only applies to gamma radiation. So you've got this landscape now, which is full of radioactive dust or fallout. This is discounting the firestorms which will have spread throughout the land, because there will be intense firestorms everywhere from the thermal radiation emitted from the fireball. they would have spread. But there are some longer-lived isotopes. There's you've got cesium-137, strontium-90, and they will remain hazardous for longer, you see. So the post-detonation landscape will be a hazardous landscape. But the basic rule of thumb is after 14 days, it was initially depicted in the civil defense 60s, 70s, and so on, was after 14 days it can come out. So, after 14 days, yes, it can come out, but realistically, after 49 hours, it will reduce down to 1%. So if that's your sort of scope of time frame. It's a bit more in depth to it. I'm sort of broad brushing here, but there's
Well, unless you had 2 weeks of food and supplies,
exactly, yeah,
already in a designated place, you're going to be venturing out.
Exactly. So this is the pre-intelligence gathering, sort of getting a feel for what's going on in the world, and if things start to escalate, people want to start thinking about having a safe area with sufficient shielding from radioactive fallout, some sort of air filtration system to stop the gamma radioactive emitted dust entering and you breathing it in, contaminating food and water supplies and this sort of thing. So 14 days worth of supplies pre-installed in a safe zone is a good thing to have in place. Then you got to think about, the bare minimum sort of 15-minute time frame from flash to bang of the detonation to get into your safe zone. And then once you're in, you're in. So you stay there. That's it. And then, thinking longer term, you got to start thinking about, okay, you've stayed in there for 14 days. You want to start venturing out. Where do you go? What's left? Where in the world is more likely to survive longer? So based on the fact that what the nine nuclear nations are and where they're located, I'll suggest the Southern Hemisphere would be the safest place in the immediate years after. The problem is we'll be getting there. That's the key thing. So wherever you are, how do you get from your location down to the Southern Hemisphere in a place which has been ravaged by nuclear war,
Right.
And we've talked about this in a couple of previous podcasts. I think we did a podcast about safe locations, and there was a big study done years ago about what would be the sort of top 7 locations in the world to survive nuclear war in the immediate after effects. One of them was in America. It was Eureka on the extreme western coast, California. I'm talking about the immediate effects, and it starts to get a bit grey after that sort of time frame. After that, there was a Southwest Island near Cork. There was Hokkaido in Japan, although that's questionable. New Zealand, Tasmania, South Africa, places right on the southern edge that are less likely to get involved in an exchange, because as the Earth rotates, the fallout will hover around in the upper atmosphere in the northern hemisphere for a while, and then it will gradually migrate over years. That's a questionable time reference. There's been many people discussing whether or not it's 5-10 years or 7 years or 3 weeks, whatever it is, but eventually the radioactive clouds and the rest of the contamination will spread south to the southern hemisphere. Yeah, that's it basically in a nutshell. But yeah, I mean, radiation, it's relatively easy to block. I mean, say sandbags, for instance, a single layer of sandbags will reduce gamma radiation down to 50% of its original strength. A double layer of sandbag will reduce it down to about 75%. And if you're talking about 3 layers of sandbags, you're talking about a 1,000-fold reduction in the gamma radiation entering
That's a lot of sandbags. If you've ever made
Yeah, that's a
sandbags,
lot of sandbags.
Well, yeah, it is, but it depends how, it all comes down to probably the best thing to do would be to get yourself in the central part of a building. So the more space distance you can put in between you and the fallout landing on surfaces, the better. It's things in terms of poisonous dust. It's probably the best thing to do. And then thereafter, you'll probably always wear at least a bare minimum an N95 mask as you ever go out again, because you're kicking up dust, which has got. It was once emitting gamma radiation. It's now containing, strontium 90, cesium 137, and so on.
I don't know how long it would take to fill all the sandbags, because you watch the people that are in these floods and hurricanes and things, and they're filling sandbags 2-3 days before the hurricane's expected to hit. You know.
Well, this is dependent on sand for those sorts of figures I mentioned. But yeah, it can be done quite quickly, really.
PV,
Really?
I have a question for you.
Go on.
How thick is that?
How thick is a sandbag?
Yes. Well, no, I'm just asking.
Right. So you've got the average sandbag is about 7 inches.
Okay, so about half a foot.
Yeah. When you start filling sandbags, you don't want to fill them completely. You want to fill them sort of half a sandbag to 3/4, and they settle and they stack easier, and they mold together easier. So say a 3-layer, a 3-width sandbag wall is going to be on the sort of 30 to 32 inch sort of width.
It's a lot of sandbags.
Well, yeah, it is, yeah, but that's one alternative. Sandbags, you're probably better off as the build-up commences to sort of any sort of real threat is to identify locations with a supply of water and food already in there for within the central area of a building, or you make your own shelter as the build-up continues. But
And the water would probably be the most important thing.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Not just for drinking, but decontamination, right? You need that fresh water, right?
Decontaminating fallout isn't that hard, because all you got to really do, as long as you're respiratory, because remember CBRN, there's various methods of entry into the body. It's inhalation, which can be protected via respirator. Ingestion, so you don't eat contaminated water or drink contaminated water. Inoculation, that's in terms of puncture wounds from contaminated substances, objects, for instance. For instance, a splinter. Inoculation, ingestion, inhalation, and absorption. So absorption through the skin. It's mainly a chemical threat. But for radioactive fallout particles, it's relatively easy, because you can just, if you've got radioactive fallout on you, and you'll only know that with a detection equipment, some sort of radioactive meter, guide counter, or whatever, then you can, if they're dry particles, you can shake the fallout off of you. It's just like dust. The problem comes if it starts, you shake it off you, get the most of it off you can brush most of it off you whilst wearing respiratory protection and skin protection, then discard the clothes, basically. So you split your sort of. It's difficult to describe, because we're describing a scenario in which going outside is extremely hazardous, and you want to stay in your safe zone. What's your reason for going outside? So, get as much of the fallout off you as possible, shaking it off, brushing it off, and then in your sort of second decontamination zone, you can start doffing your equipment, taking your equipment off, taking your suit off, bagging it up, disposing of it some way, shape, or form. But yeah, that's a completely whole new sort of subject, the CBRN thing. But it's only the only person I've heard mention this recently is Donald Trump, who said, the biggest threat we face at the moment is still the nuclear threat, because we're still one mistake away from oblivion, and
Oops.
I've recommended this book in the past. If you look at a book called Nuclear War, A Scenario by Annie Jacobson, it details sort of the sequence of events that could happen from second one to 2,500 years plus. And she's spent years researching this and talking to the subject matter experts in the positions, generals, colonels, and all this sort of stuff. So that's pretty much it, really. I've got to go in a sec.
Can I just say something?
Go on,
Yeah.
This is
Go ahead.
the latest I've seen you up.
I know.
This is 10:05 in the evening. I'm thinking, wow. Are you sure you're allowed to be up at this time?
Well, I'll make the rules always cut off at a certain point, you see, otherwise nothing gets done and things get missed and this sort of thing. And whatever, I've got to be up tomorrow. I'm going to a guy's 96th birthday party tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
So,
Wow.
yeah.
Wish him all the best.
It's in the afternoon, so yeah, and that's pretty much it, really.
That's really, really amazing. How prepared are the general public on the planet for a nuclear war? I mean, if you've got old advice, if you've got a community of people that are listening tonight, if you've got a community of people around you, to perhaps maybe think about, what we was talking about, what PV was talking about, the decontamination and stuff like that. Have you got, any plans, to remember that kind of stuff? And maybe, if you've got a community of people around you, maybe perhaps, consider a place that you could have as a decontamination center even.
There's a problem. The problem with the nuclear scenario, they all end up the same way. There was a study done in the 60s or 70s, I can't remember which one, it was 60s, I think, that a team of scientists spent 2 weeks analysing every possible scenario of how nuclear war would start. And they all ended up in the same ending. And there is no survivable ending, really. Everything is completely destroyed, completely gone, contaminated. Nuclear
and
winter.
if you survive, you don't want to survive. If you're still alive, you have nothing left.
Someone said the lucky ones are the ones who died first, but anyway, it's a different subject. Maybe a future sort of podcast. Anyway, I've got
That'll be for next year. That'll be for next year.
Have a good evening. Have a good weekend.
Take care, baby.
So everyone who's doing Christmas Day, have a good Christmas and have a good New Year. And I'll catch you all in a bit.
Thanks, PV.
I'll see you later, Shadow.
God bless.
Yeah, see you later.
Hi, Costa,
Take
CR,
care.
Chief Tech.
Me as well. I'm gonna shoot off as well. I think guys and everyone, guys and girls. I think I'm gonna shoot
Take
off.
care
as
of the
well.
real.
And you too, CR. God bless. And earlier on, I wasn't laughing at you when you said about sandbags. What happened was my dog did something funny, and I laughed.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice
At that moment, and you said,
No, I didn't even notice that.
How thick is a sandbag? And
Well, I had to ask because, just for everyone, just to generally know, so we're on the same page.
Let him finish, CR.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Hey,
Jeez.
you never got fired this evening, so you're doing well.
Not yet.
I'm trying to keep him on the staff here, so I'll try to keep him in check.
Shadow, everyone on tonight's chat. God bless you all. Wish you all the best. I don't celebrate Christmas myself. For me, I think about Christ every day. I think every day's Christmas. Every day we're alive. All the best, and I'll see you all in the future. God bless you all.
Will
Bless
do.
you too. Every day's a
Take
gift.
care.
Much love to you all. Have a nice one.
Have a good day.
And that's why it's called the present.
That's my closer on my email, on my company email, is every day's a gift. Open it. Never got any. I didn't get any pushback. I didn't have to put pronouns on there either, which is great.
So where do we go from here?
I, don't know, I had nothing to say about the nuclear stuff because
I had nothing to say. I just had
I'm close enough to an epicenter right now. If something happens, I'm done. Even if I go 50 miles west of where I am, where my property is, yeah, I'm in the valley. It'll just take an extra couple days for it to get there.
Yeah.
Didn't even go there on nuclear stuff because that's kind of that's its own.
I think
thing.
we were focusing on about the
a topic
rebuilding
for
after
sure.
something like that.
Yeah,
We were talking about what happens after, like rebuilding after.
Oh yeah, no, that's why we're all on this one tonight. I have no idea what to do and how long things last, and in the soil and that. If I'm growing stuff or need to grow stuff, if my tomatoes are going to be radioactive when I pick them 6 months later. That's one thing I have not looked into really much at all. So my bad, but I got enough stuff going on in my brain where I don't need one more thing to really clutter things up.
Oh, I mentioned earlier I saw that movie Homestead, and not to give any spoilers away or anything, but they do address food supply and how long it's going to last. And you say, oh well, I've got a garden, I'm going to grow, but you have to, at any point when something happens, you have to be able to have your food supply last until the harvest comes in.
Yeah.
And then after that, and then all the problems that we have with growing without a SHTF kind of situation, you still have to deal with after. And that could, like, say, mice or pests or anything.
Yep, storing and preserving. Ironically, the whole time
out.
you guys are talking, I've been canning up. I got 6 gallons of chicken broth. I'm in the middle of jarring up, getting ready for my pressure canner to stop cooking something else right now, and I'll be up.
Yeah, and you don't know how many people you're going to have either, because you plan for yourself and your family, and you say, okay, I'm can only do myself, but you really don't know how many people you're going to have to be feeding and taking care of. There could be more than just you and your family.
And just to add in here, let's say you start in the springtime, let's say March, and usually you get your harvest, let's say September, October. You have to make it all the way through those months without any issue, no hail damage, no flooding, no random frost, blah blah blah, all that stuff, no insect.
You gotta make it a year. That's what they did back in the pre-refrigeration and all that. From the 50s and 60s and way before. You grew everything. You had everything. You had enough food. When your harvest is done, you have at least enough food for a year. That way, you don't have anything coming in the garden, and you can eat all through the winter months into the planting season and pray nothing happens to your new crop. So by the time planting season harvest comes, you still have some food left, but most people didn't have that much left, depending on what you can. You might have 2 years of stuff to compensate for a really bad growing season. So, and after the fact, after crap hits the fan, whatever, you need to be, just because you're growing it, you can't eat tomatoes 12 months of the year unless you're in Florida or something. So you need to preserve it and grow something else and grow other things and hang on to it. So other skills are required for that. Just food storage.
I totally agree.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you could, whatever fertilizer or supplies you have, seeds, whatever you have when something happens, that's what you got. That's what you got to work with, and you have to, you have to be adaptable to figure out how we're going to make it in the next growing season with what we got.
Yeah, to get most out of it.
And that's why I always say about the buffer zone of supplies, or in this case, food, because that gives you more time, more flexibility, just in case something happens one year, one of the crops don't make it, whatever, blight, like on tomatoes, pest, or whatever. You still have that buffer zone that can help you along a little bit longer, right? Until that next season or the next crop in.
I rarely grow the same thing 2
Diversify your
years in a
assets.
row.
Yeah.
Yeah. I rarely grow the same things in volume 2 years in a row. This year, tomatoes, I got like 900 pounds of Roma tomatoes. I gave most of them away. I couldn't keep up with it. I got enough tomatoes to last me. I'm not going to grow tomatoes next. I might grow 1 or 2 slicers just for my wife for her sandwiches and salads and that, and a couple cherries. That's it. Not 50. Next year is going to be my potatoes and garlic and beans and all the other things, and then they'll get preserved. And the year after that, I might go back to peppers again. I have more peppers packed up, freeze dried, canned, you name it. They're preserved. And you can only eat so much, so they tend to last me 2-3 years. It's just me and the wife right now.
Yeah, and this is why they say, about gardening is to start today, if not yesterday, or 2 years, 5 years ago, because like
you
there's
can't stand there and watch a tomato plant grow because you got your lettuce sitting there, you're waiting for a tomato for your salad. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because even Gil's said that before about like gardening, it's better to start today, not when it's an emergency or whenever SHTF has already happened and you start the garden. Because you have no idea if it's not actually get a harvest. Because that's the thing about gardening. You have no idea that you're actually going to get a harvest until you actually get the harvest.
You're
and
a
it's
week
better
away
to
from
do the
harvest and a
mistakes
hailstorm.
now.
Yeah. And hence, you have a buffer zone of actual put back food, however long, 6 months, year, whatever it is. Well, obviously, the more the better. But because you have no idea. I mean,
you're a week away from
gardening's one
harvest
big
and a hailstorm
experiment.
rips it out.
yeah, exactly.
Everything's gone in a flash, and you didn't see it coming, and now you're trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, it could be from wind, hail, flooding, whatever it is. Excess heat. It could be really hot for months on end, and then, or whatever, right? So if the crops failed and you don't have anything put back, then you're screwed.
Yep.
In that scenario. So, yeah. I think this is why they say, gardening is to supplement your food supply in. Right? But having the actual food supply is there for a reason. So you have something to start with.
Yeah, I got freezers a lot. Not going to talk about it. They're kind of packed. Like I need to start eating more. I got my freeze dryer where I'm using
I can help
food
you with
out of
that.
my freezers to freeze dry, and I got my canning, and I got my
Have you figured out
dehydrator.
how to run those freezers with no electric?
Yeah,
On how many watts and all that stuff?
That's why I have chest freezers. They're good for a few days, maybe a week if I don't open them. As things thaw, it's going to be canning. I got 4 pressure canners and 2 outdoor stoves and a whole lot of propane. So if something happens and it's that long term, I got lots of jars. I'm going to be canning everything if I don't have enough power to get anything through.
You have outdoor stoves. You said have you ever tried canning on like an open fire?
Not yet. Tammy and I talk about that all the time. She's done it. I could do it if I have to. I have the knowledge, capabilities, and all that to do it. You just can't walk away. You're there constantly.
Yeah, you have to be there for the whole thing. That
There's
would
no
take
walk
a
away.
person. That would take a person out of the equation because they would have to stay there for the whole 40 minutes or whatever it takes once it gets up to pressure to make sure it stays at pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm well aware of that. I got my outdoor stoves. No, I've never done it on an open fire or a grill or a barbecue or anything, something with a wood fire, coal fire. Haven't done it. I could. I've thought about it. Could I do it? Yeah. Would I sacrifice the wood handles on my canner? Oh, absolutely. They'd be gone. There'd be nothing left of them.
Yeah.
What happened to the handle?
Yeah. Oh, I know what happened to the handle. It burned off.
always
It's
make
gone.
new
So
ones.
you better have good mitts to pick that thing up and get it off the fire, slide it over so you let it cool and get your stuff out.
You can always make new ones.
Yeah, I can make a new wood handle. Some of them are plastic. My 2 smaller ones are molded like they're part of the aluminum. The small All-Americans, they're just aluminum ears that stick out. They're just hot. So the tall 930s, they got. I think they're wood. I think one of them's wood. One of them might be phenolic. Not sure. Pretty sure they're wood. They don't get hot, so I can pick those up after they've run for an hour and a half. But yeah, I
You
just
get
have
hot
multiple.
and heavy because a canner
Oh yeah, I
is
know. I
pretty
just
heavy with all the water and
Yep.
jars and everything in it.
I just pressure canned 2 930s with 20 pounds of roasted chicken backs in each one. I roasted them, loaded the canner up, put water in it, brought it 2/3 up, and I put them outside on my deck because it was only like 28 degrees outside, and they lived out there for 2 days, just soaking in freezing cold water. Almost froze, but didn't. So I wasn't worried about it. Oh yeah, they were a good 90 pounds each, loaded to the top with water. They're heavy and not a fun thing to do, but I didn't drop one, so I'm good there. I just make sure I put the clamps down on it in case it hits the floor. At worst, I'll break the gauge, but my food will still be good. I can put it back on the stove and put another gauge on it.
Can I just add in 2 things here?
Okay,
Yep.
we'll let you now, CR. Go ahead.
First thing, I am starting to get hungry again. Come on, you knew I was going to say that. But on a serious note, though, like kind of diversifying away, you can diversify away from a freezer or a fridge if you had to, Mark. Right? For example, like it's just like dehydrating. You freeze dry stuff, right? Or canning and stuff like that, because then you have some options in there.
That's why
different
I do
things. Exactly. Right. Because I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff, because there's usually pros and cons with everything, right? But the more they overlap, the more resilient you are because you have another option. It's just like some people have
went to freezing and canning. Then I started canning. Then I started dehydrating. So I got my Excalibur. I started doing that, and that's fine. And then I got my freeze dryer finally, and now I got 3 different ways to do it. Well, 4 if you think of dehydrating. I got 4 different ways to put my food back, which is great because I'll cook off a big roast beef or something for me and the wife, and we didn't finish it all in 2 days. I slice it up, throw it on a tray, throw it in the freeze dryer, put them in bags. See you in 20 years. I mean, they're fine. I just pour warm water in there, and I got roast beef ready to go.
Because when I see like a power outage or whatever, I always, obviously it depends how long, but I always see myself. I'm like, okay, what's the priority in terms of food, right? Because I always see it as fridge, freezer, then maybe the dry stuff, dehydrated, freeze dry. Well, freeze dry could go a little bit longer, but like priority on how you eat things. So anything that's spoiled can spoil first or go bad first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm always a big proponent.
If there's a big grid down situation within 3 days, if the neighborhood hasn't gone to the zombie apocalypse, everybody's going to be outside cooking everything on the grill, telling everybody come get free food because it's just going to go bad. So it's going to be a barbecue party for 2 to 4 days after, between 2 and 4 days after the power goes out, because nobody's got refrigeration anymore. And those are the people right away. They got nothing else except maybe a couple cans of string beans in the cabinet and garbanzo beans and maybe a bag of peas.
Yeah, what do you do after that first couple days?
Problem.
Hence having like dry stuff, dehydrated, freeze dry, canned stuff.
I'll be in the backyard with my four burner Big John stove going with 4 canners going at the same time, canning up everything and anything I can find. And
or smoking it or salting it,
whatever.
etc.
Lasts for a while, but yeah, no, I got my smoker too. Forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. How'd you know?
Well, I mean, there's these ways of preserving food before modern age refrigeration, right? Right. These were used in the past.
A couple big bags of salt, because I want to do that. That's my next endeavor, is to salt cure. No. Whatever the other crap.
I mean, people have used sun drying stuff before in the past, right?
Yeah, that's how they live.
So, like let's say if it's some sort of heat wave, the power is down because it's a blackout because the demand on the grid. I mean, I would consider sun drying stuff outside. At least it would last a little bit longer than a couple of days. Let's say fresh produce, for example, right? Just slice it thin, right?
Oh yeah, no, there's lots of ways to do it, and as your whatever you have to preserve food, as that starts to fail, you need to have something to fall back on.
Yeah, that's what I said about the diversifying away, not just only the freezer or the fridge.
I mean, my smoker's
including
only
the canning, the drying.
If I don't have any wood to burn, I'm not smoking anything because it's not an electric smoker. It is wood fired only, or char or whatever, biochar, whatever I've made, and that's all that is. So yeah, sun drying, sure. Salting, best way.
Yeah.
Pack it in salt, wrap it up, hang it up, and down the basement somewhere. Hopefully it stays cool if you got a basement. And within, when it loses, I think it's like 38% of its weight, you're good. You can just keep it wrapped there, keep it hanging. It just keeps drying out a little more over time, gets a little tougher, but you still got all your protein down there. And it tastes good too. So
Yeah, because I think
it's nice to have.
like in my opinion, that's where some people run into issues is because the heavily reliance on refrigeration and freezer, right? After you consume it because you had to, you have those outdoor barbecues, blah blah blah, going. Then what? A couple of days after, it's still lingering around. The after effects, the crate's not back totally or whatever. Then, if you don't have any dry stuff, canned stuff, dehydrated, freeze dry, all that stuff, then what?
Yeah, neighbors are knocking on your door. Hey, do you have anything? We're kind of getting hungry here. We didn't, our fridge is down. They all the reasons that they don't have food now. And it's like, I literally have enough for me and my wife for the next few days. So after that, we're out of here. Meanwhile, they don't know me. My basement is stocked. That's when I throw the black sheets up in the window and don't turn lights on. And we live in the basement because I don't want anybody to see me here.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah, because some people have been asking me about the food stuff. I said, diversify. Don't just get, fresh stuff, but try to get some other stuff that doesn't need refrigeration because you're diversifying how you store it, which also means that the pros and cons kind of overlap, if you know what I mean. And I'm like, yeah. That way you have, it's more resilient.
Baked beans.
Yeah, exactly. Because
sick of that crap real quick.
Diversify, all right.
Everything.
Be more resilient because of it.
CB bailed. I just realized that.
Oh, yeah. I just noticed that too. She probably hit the wrong key again.
That's what I did. I picked up my laptop and I forgot I have a touch screen and hit the X on the top right. I'm like, oh, crap. Well, let me step back up and log back in.
Yeah.
Shadow's like, Mark just left. He didn't say anything. Usually he does.
Yeah. No, I always say so too. If I suddenly disappear, there's a reason.
Well, you're on your phone. That's why. That's a bigger problem.
No. Like it's either because I misclicked something or I don't have power for it or a connection in. That'd be the only reason. You guys know me. I always say something on the way out.
No, you don't. You don't say anything. You're very quiet.
Sarcasm there.
Oh, there she is. Sorry, I'm having trouble
Welcome
hearing.
back.
Yeah, now I hear you better.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, I got.
So Mark,
what's up?
So what did you do before the freeze dryer?
So I literally initially I had a freezer. I mean, way back. I was just a freezer and I made pickles. And then I started picking up on the canning a little bit. So I started doing more water bath stuff. And then I got into the pressure canning side. My wife bought me my first 930, spent a ton of money on it. And I was canning everything and she was loving it. And because she has a lot of recipes that we had to modify a bit. Well, we're good at that. And for like Spanish pink bean, or I forget what, pink beans and black beans, all these different recipes she got when she grew up, where she grew up in northern New Jersey. And we just modified it. So we're always canning stuff now. She loves it when I'm canning. Right now, like I said, I'll probably have 36 quarts of chicken broth by tomorrow afternoon. And that'll last us for about 2 years. And they go on the shelf downstairs and where there's now space because I'm out of chicken broth. And next up after canning that is all the bones I did, all the chicken backs. They're actually back in one of my pressure canners right now at like 8 PSI. They will continue to cook down until the bones just turn to mush. I'll run my stick blender in there and turn it to just basically a chicken puree, whatever. That gets canned up. That's for my dog. And he'll probably get 50 pints, 55, 60 pints of chicken. It's just bones and stuff, but the calcium in there is great for him. Even the collagen and stuff, whatever's left in there, he gets all that. Dump that in his bowl, and he just goes crazy on it. He's a German Shepherd. I mean, he'll eat whatever I give him, but loves that. So I don't let anything go to waste. I mean, those bones are going to dog food. And,
Well, that's another thing.
Well, that's good.
That's another thing. This stream's about rebuilding, right? After something happens, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I guess like Preparedness Veteran said, nothing's disposable or single use, as Preparedness Veteran says, right?
No, use everything.
You as much as you can. I mean,
As soon as
obviously,
it
there's
breaks,
certain
fix
things.
it, use it again. Yep.
As long as it's safe to handle and all that other stuff, right? To go back to that other topic that you got when I first came in, obviously that is different, right? There's a reason that you wouldn't reuse that, but let's just say from certain things like, well, maybe not necessarily a flood, but I mean, but there could be times where some things could still be reused or used better.
Oh yeah.
Such as the bones from
Multiple uses for different things. I mean, figure it out.
yeah. Because
Heading back to my kitchen here to check my canner, make sure it didn't explode into the ceiling. Nope, we're good.
Yeah, because I always imagine, like, in scenarios like this, that certain resources will be extremely valuable and certain things will be in high demand.
Yeah.
For example, water and food. For example, right? In most scenarios, most situations, water and food is probably the most demanding thing, right? Because
Shelter's not going to be a problem depending on the situation. It could be everything could be your problem all at once. You're literally left standing there with nothing but the clothes on your back. But that's extreme depending on where you live, and that's there's so many scenarios.
Well, I mean, let's look at what's happened in Tennessee, right, over the last couple of months. And they're still dealing with this, by the way, right? I mean, literally everything just washed away. So whatever they had is what they had. I mean, obviously they've gotten help since, but I mean, like, being able to use the resources that you do have and are given, whatever it is, and do something with it. I don't know. I mean, obviously it depends what you have, but I mean,
yeah, you watch some of those videos of what's going on down there still in South Carolina and Tennessee and that. I mean, they're like, oh, these people are still living in tents. Some of the videos actually show these people literally in a tent. They have nothing. But then again, they're still there, but they could get out because somebody's video on them, which means they didn't prepare. They might have been prepared for everything and anything, or they just don't know what to do and they're just waiting for somebody to come and help them. So there's two parts to that story, but we're never going to know all the sides of that story for every individual that's having an issue down there. We can feel bad for all of them, or we can feel bad for some of them. I feel bad for all of them, but why are some of them still there? I understand it was their only place they ever had. Some of them were renting the houses on the property. So the homeowner who owned a first home, they bought that as a second and rented it out. Insurance doesn't cover that, and nobody talks about that. So these people that were living in a rental home, they got nothing. And the owner's not going to build anything new because the insurance isn't going to pay for it. So they're kind of stuck and trying to move out. Other people who own the property in that and lost most everything or a lot of stuff and can't live in their house anymore because it's damaged. Yeah, they're still there trying to rebuild it slowly. They just need to get supplies and slowly get themselves back up again, which just I can't even imagine myself in that position.
Yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, I wrote it down. Destruction can happen fast, but creating something or creation takes time.
Yeah, in an instant.
Yeah. Right. That's why rebuilding takes so long. Is because things have to be put back together in a certain way.
And it takes a lot of resources to rebuild things.
Yeah.
And funding, money. I mean, I have the skills and everything. If I don't have the resources I need and I don't have the money to go buy them, now I'm scavenging because I know what to do. But I mean, that's the other half. I mean, there's so many facets to this whole problem down there. You can't really put a finger on any one particular issue. So rebuilding society, they're working on it. Some of them, a lot of them, but it's going to take a very long time. Then you got other entities that get involved that just won't let you do it. They don't want you to do it. Sorry, you can't live here anymore.
Yeah, from disorder to back to an orderly state takes time.
Yeah, and you need to have the people who have the right skills to rebuild too. So,
Yeah, the skills and the resources and the people power and the manpower and the machine power to actually do all that.
And that's not just down there right now in SC. It could be anywhere. I mean, it could be everywhere all at the same time. I mean, there are no resources, so you're just wandering like a zombie, or some people are.
Well, I mean, earthquake-prone areas, hurricane-prone areas, storm-prone areas, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, destruction. After destruction, it's like, hence they're picking up the pieces. They're literally picking up the pieces. They can do with what they have still available, whatever the resource is, and trying to make it work somehow. I mean, even having a few things on you to start with is an advantage. It's hard to do something with nothing at all. It's really hard. A few key resources can, at least help it along.
Yeah,
Tools, for example.
But what resources do you think you need? Which falls into the category of, well, what kind of, apocalypse do you see coming? That could change in a heartbeat. So I could have everything I need in case there's a power outage for 10 days. Okay, well, now there's not a power outage for 10 days. Now there was a tornado that just ripped through and destroyed everything, or an earthquake. I mean, everything is different. There is no panacea or one-size-fits-all solution to what if. There just isn't. There never will be. It's just a matter of keeping your mindset to the point where you can visualize a lot, but you have the ability to react when something needs to be done, even if it's something you never thought of. Then all of a sudden, oh crap! Didn't see the asteroid hit. It just wiped out half of North America, and I'm on the fringes where I got nothing left but a pile of rubble, but I'm still alive. So now what? It depends on what you want to think about. If you're in the middle of the epicenter, well, don't worry about it. You're gone.
Yeah,
definitely.
Because, I think this is one of a lot of, well, not all the preparedness community, but most of the preparedness community kind of say, prepare for things that are more likely to happen in your area in a given year, whatever it is, like hurricanes, storms, whatever, right? For me, it's got to be winter here because it's half the year almost. I mean, if I'm not ready for it, then I'm screwed for half the year.
Or dead.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully,
that would be a good thing.
Yeah, hopefully I'm just screwed. But that kind of thing. One of the major things I always say is about in terms of winter is always the shelter or cover components, right? You can have your hot heat warmers, access to fire, instant hand warmers, and all that stuff, but those are consumables, right? You need the shelter components. And besides, even if you have a campfire, hot hands or whatever, shelter components like clothing retain that heat longer because it just doesn't escape away so fast, right? Because you're retaining that heat. Because I've seen people around here and at times where I'm like, they're not dressed that good. It'd be like minus 17.0 Fahrenheit. I'm like, are you sure you're not underdressed? I mean, I'm wearing a little bit more than you. Different people have tolerances to heat and cold, but I'm like, it's just not that warm. It's not warm out and it's windy out.
Good to see you.
Oh, hi, Howie. But you know what I mean? Sometimes I see that every so often where I was I've seen people in their vehicle in the middle of winter, there's snow outside, and they're just wearing flip flops and shorts with a nightgown, probably to drop off something. Supposedly 5 minutes away or whatever, right? But then if something happens, then those are the people that also complain about it. For example. in my
It's so
opinion.
cold out here. It must be climate change. Yeah, okay. Well, you went out in shorts in 10-degree weather because you're dumb.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking for it, right? You're just asking for it. Like, yeah, most of the time nothing happens, but it's not impossible for nothing to happen either, right? There's still a chance of it. It's not like, yes, it's very unlikely, but what happens if you walk yourself out of the vehicle or your engine decides to be like, take a dump and just stop working or whatever. Your heater in your vehicle stops working, and then next thing you know, you're underdressed for it, and then you just made the situation worse by not just throwing some extra pants or whatever on, right? Or preparing in advance to have something in your vehicle just in case too, right?
Yeah.
It's just like people that break those stories you hear on the highway, like I-95 in the U.S. There's places like the 401 here in Canada, out in Ontario, in Toronto, in the GTA area. I mean, like, and all that stuff.
Going
You
over the
hear these,
mountains there. Yeah.
yeah, you hear those stories, right? And people are like, it's because they weren't prepared for the season, for the conditions outside, because they assumed that certain little things like the heater part would work, right? What happens if it's not working? I mean, like, vehicles can break down. There's moving parts. Heaters can break down. They can stop. Some sort of malfunction, or whatever, and stuff like that can happen. That's why I'm always a big proponent of, like, if you're ready for winter here, at least for me, I'm ready for other things too. Because naturally, I'll have these other things in place, like water and food. Yeah, for example.
I was part of the Snowmageddon. Was it 5 years ago now? Down in D.C., everybody got paralyzed in. I got stuck. I was stuck on the Beltway for about 7 hours.
Yeah.
And everybody's in their cars, running out of gas and all that stuff. And I always fill up. I mean, if I know I'm going anywhere, I fill it up. I don't care if I got 3/4 of a tank. I'm still filling up.
Well, especially if you're going for distance and you're going to be out for long periods of time. Like, you're just asking.
I was an hour and a half from the house at 60 miles an hour. I wasn't that bad, but I couldn't exactly get out and walk at that point because people were just wrecking everywhere. But I had stuff in the truck. I just sat there. I had water. I had something to make sure if I drank too much water and I had to leave, I had something to deal with that.
Yeah, and some shelter
I had
components, winter
snacks, food, entertainment,
blankets,
had the radio.
Yeah, stuff like that to keep you going for a bit, right? Until you can get through it. Like I always say, it's the buffer zone to kind of
other people in their Teslas.
Yeah, because like during these, I always imagine like you can be the safest driver possible, but what about the next person in front of you, behind you, beside you, across the road, or whatever, right? And all it takes is some truck to jackknife, 5 miles away from you, and then next thing you know, gridlock, and then next thing you know, everyone's on the side waiting.
Yeah, happens all the time out here on the East Coast.
Oh, it happens here in Canada too. Oh, I imagine it happens anywhere that gets snow, right? I mean, like, if you're not moving on a highway, then you ain't going anywhere.
Sorry for the background noise. I'm filling up my canner right now with water so I can load it up.
Yeah. Yeah, because I actually have a friend, supposedly, who's getting into food preparedness, right? And I tell them, right, I mean, yes, you got the food, but remember, you still have to go outside every so often. Yeah. Eventually, you'll have to make your way out, right? So make sure you have the proper winter gear. Yeah, right now it's not so cold out, but I know it's possible for it to get really cold here, right? And you're just asking for it in time. Like I've said, frostbite bites you, and when it slows you down and it hurts, right? I mean, hence, Not always buying the next quote unquote Halloween gadget or whatever it is. Maybe get some gloves, solid mitts, gloves, hats, scarf, whatever, right? That way, if you're gonna venture out when it's much colder out, you'll be like, oh, thank goodness I have this. I'm nice and warm. I don't have to deal with that frostbite. Because once you get hit by that, it's just like you feel that it's like it just hurts you. It literally does hurt.
Yeah,
Be right back.
hurts.
I've been close a few times, but never quite got to the point of losing a fingertip or anything like that. But I was close a bunch of times, mostly in Boy Scouts, because you're smarter than everybody else, and everything got wet and you didn't care, and all of a sudden now everything's frozen. You can barely bend, and now you're trying to build a fire to warm up, and your fingers fall off.
Yeah.
I mean, I still remember Shadow's story he told us a couple months ago. Remember? Where you asked when you were out? No, he was out with other people, and he got wet or whatever, and was really cold and needed people to help him build a fire so he can warm back up. That story? Yeah. I remember that. Because he told us this.
Who, I did or Jaron did?
He did.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I don't remember that. I don't have that recollection of me telling that one. My stories are a little more drastic.
I mean, a lot of these winter things I've learned from experience too. Right? It's just like, frostbite and not dressing as well as I should have, or not preparing enough in advance and underestimating how cold it would be or how long I would be outside. And stuff like that. And stories too from other people. Because it happens.
So how are you going to rebuild society when it's 2 degrees outside? Nobody wants to leave whatever structure they're in, and you have no food. And now you still got to
that's a good question.
How we're going to recover after that one? Because by the time it warms up outside, there's going to be a large stinky odor coming from lots of houses everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And it's not just the food.
No, I wasn't talking about the food.
yeah, definitely not. Yeah.
And once you smell that smell, you'll never forget it.
I imagine so.
Oh. Deciding whether I want to can all night or put some of the stuff back outside in 30 degrees and finish it up tomorrow. I think some of it's going outside. I can't stay up until 3 a.m. doing this.
I'm tired. Isn't it done yet?
Oh, I need a beer. And canning when you're drinking a beer is not a good idea.
Nope.
2 hours go by. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot to check on it.
Yeah. I guess it's done now. Although it's just broth, so I could let it go for 4 hours if I wanted to. It wouldn't hurt. It would just be well cooked. That's not going to change anything.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I'm trying to diversify towards these other means of doing things, just as an alternative, another option, for example. Just so, and obviously learn by doing it, just because I can see the benefits of having multiple options, right? It's kind of hard to do something when you don't have an option.
Yeah.
At all.
It's tougher. I mean, I've had the financial ability over the last 10 years. I'm not rich by any way, shape, or form, but I've had the financial ability over the last 10 or so years to be able to, quote unquote, up my game a little bit every few years and get into something new and and wait for it and goes on sale and move up to the next level. So, I mean, I got the freeze dryer. That was my last big investment, except for the chamber sealer, which is like a vacuum sealer on steroids. I love that thing. Everything gets chamber sealed now. All my meat, everything. It's like cryovac you see in the store, which is what it is. So, and that was not a cheap option either, but it's already paid for itself. And I've taught my wife how to use it because she'll buy stuff on sale and be like, she'll text me, what setting do I need? I'm like, what bag are you using? I'm using this. Okay. What kind of food you putting in there? Okay. Put it for this much time, this much heat time, and this much cooling time. Boop, pops up, and she's like, perfect. In the freezer it goes, or to work, or whatever she's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen
links
links
to that on my channel.
one of the things that kind of still happens in, well, a lot of places is food waste, right?
Oh my God,
spoilage and stuff like that, right? So being able to preserve it, well, besides freezing it, or like drying it, freeze drying it, salting it, canning it, and smoking it, and all that stuff. It's good to know. So, I mean, food's expensive as it is already, right? The last thing you want is to waste the food because you just wasted the money. You didn't get anything out of it.
Yeah. I got friends of mine that go out and buy, I bought the 10-pack of boneless pork chops. It was on sale for whatever a pound. And they'll cook them all. And then they eat it for a day and a half or 2 days. And then the rest sits in the fridge. And then, 5-6 days later, they throw it in the trash. I'm like, so how much money did you save there?
Yeah, exactly, right.
It was on sale. I'm like, dude, you should have just bought 2 pork chops, cooked them, and eaten them. You would have spent the same amount of money for the same amount of food that you eat and not thrown it in the trash. Or here's an idea. Use your freezer. No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because I see that from time to time with other people at times where I'm like, I think you might want to consider consuming this right away. All right. I'm always a big proponent of using the food in priority of how it's or when it will spoil. Try to use that up first, right? Because you've already spent the money on it, right? You're not going to save more if you don't actually consume it, because you'll actually be wasting money because you didn't actually get anything out of it.
But Sam's
Doesn't
Club
matter.
and all the big price clubs they probably waste more food. They don't care because people go in, oh my God, it's so cheap if I buy a 50-pack. Great, you can eat 50 of them? No, then they put it in the freezer, forget to wrap it. 2 months later, it's now all freezer burned. Then we just throw it in the trash.
Yeah. Cash in the trash, as they say. I think, if it was a 50-pack, for example, I would consider going in with our people and chipping in together with our friends, family, whatever, right? Then make it worth it like that. Then at least the portion size is small enough that you can still consume it, but you still save, overall, everyone's saving money.
Yeah. Problem is, most of my friends all have the same club memberships I do. They'll go in and buy the big pack. And then, hey, do you want some? I was like, no, dude, I don't have room in my freezers right now.
Hey, do you want 25 wings? No, I got 25 wings. I'm trying to
well, I'm different. I have a friend with a restaurant. He'll let me order whatever I want from U.S. Foods. That's why I got 40 pounds of chicken backs. He laughed. He's like, what do you want chicken backs for? I was like, because I'm out of chicken broth. I sent him pictures. He's like, holy crap. And he's a chef. And he's like, I didn't know. I was like, I'll bring you a couple jars.
Yeah. Because another thing I've noticed is like the acronym FIFO, first in, first out rule, right? I mean, sometimes I'm always trying to remember that. I'm like, okay, this is going to go first or whatever, like I said. And I'm like, because I've seen people, like, not to get particular about what I call the best buy, or what I like to call the better buy date, right? I mean, if you're still going to, you should be consuming that first whenever possible.
Unless you forgot about it and found it. It's like, hey, do we have any beans left? It's like, oh, yeah, here's a can. Oh, crap, it's 2 years old. Well, let me open it, see what it smells like. Well, still smells good. We're eating it.
Yeah, because that should be like the first thing you consume.
Yeah, well.
As soon as you wake up, it'd be like, because, it's already however long past it's blah, 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 right? And you got to, and one of those best buys, or what I call better buy dates, are not set in stone. They're It's sent by the company or the manufacturer, right?
Yep.
To avoid liability and stuff like that, right? It's the freshest at buy this or whatever, right?
Come on, they put a use by date on salt. Give me a break.
Yeah, and stuff like that, right? I mean, like, even before any of that was widespread, what did people do? They smell it, and we'll take a look. Did it change color? Does it smell? Or whatever, right? You go by that.
Taste it. It has a slight metallic flavor to it, but that's it. Okay. Well, we'll feed it to the dog. He'll eat it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's something to remember.
What? Feed it to your dog?
No. About like No, about using food, prioritizing certain food because it's not quote unquote spoil or go bad first.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah, as
label,
much as
date,
possible.
label,
know.
date, and rotate. That's the standard.
Yeah, right. I mean, I always see in a grid down. First thing's probably gonna be
Uh-oh.
anything in the.
Jaren's stretching. He's like, "Yep, we're about 6 minutes from done here, and I'm going to bed or eat dinner or something."
No, that's actually me.
Well, actually, I begin to get tired, so.
All right, top of the hour. Everyone knows that. All right, 5 minutes left.
Whatever. I mean, we can. I'm gonna bail here in about 10 seconds. I got to carry this other canner outside.
I'm getting hungry too.
Well, you know what? Whatever. Sorry.
Top of the hour. Yeah, top of the hour. We've already agreed. We've all agreed. Top of the hour.
Let's see if I can aim my camera at the top of my canner here. And camera. There we go. There's my double stacked chicken broth, and I still have another pot as big, half full of chicken broth. And that's next later on. So I'll be up until about midnight doing this.
I would help you, Mark.
I know you would. I'd ask for your help.
No.
Get your ass over here,
I would
dude.
help you
canning
make
to
it,
do.
not just eat it. I would help you make it.
I know you would. I said I'd be on the phone. Get your ass over here. You help me get all this stuff canned up and done up. I'll let you take 6 or 8 jars home with you. Just bring my jars back. That's all I care about.
Deal.
Yeah, I'll be right there. I'm on the East Coast of the United States, so you know about where I am. So about what, 12, 14 hours to get here,
and a passport.
Just sneak across the border. Everybody's doing it now.
Oh yeah, everyone's doing it. It's the thing, anyways.
I got the map of all the logging roads coming into Vermont and Maine and upstate New York. You're good.
Yeah.
Getting back might be a problem.
Yeah. What's your reasoning for entering in Canada? I live here.
Yeah, I live here. Forget it. We're not going down that road. We'll get this channel banned in about 10 seconds.
Okay. Anyways. On a serious note. All right. The best way to rebuild is to actually do stuff in advance.
Just have your skills.
All right.
Yeah.
Own your skills. Learn your skills. Practice your skills.
Have some knowledge and experience to go with it. All right.
And be able to
be more than just the gear. And be more than just the gear. Resources, gear can change over time. You might not always have access to certain resources or gear, but the skills you can adapt with the gear. Right. The experience of
getting an axe is only going to get you so far.
Yeah. But being able to do more with it with skill, because you know everything, like, oh wait, I can do whatever. I mean, I don't have an example, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because that's an important thing to do, is to think on your feet too, right? So, plan, prepare, but, be able to think on your feet too, right? Because sometimes that's how it is. You got to think on your feet. Hopefully you plan ahead so you can actually have something to work with more than just a Swiss Army knife.
Here's your quote of the evening. Prepare to be unprepared.
Yeah.
Have a plan and a couple of backup plans if the main plan fails.
Plan to have your plans fall apart.
Yes. Your primary, your alternative, your contingency, and your emergency.
And then none of those work, so you better figure something else out.
Yeah, in that case, you need backup plans for that too.
Yeah. And do what you can starting today. All right. I mean, you saw a lot more people prepare after 2020 to a certain degree, and then hopefully more of these people are still doing it, keeping it up even today to a certain degree, right? Because I've noticed some people got into it and it just like faded away, but then there's other people that they stuck with it, right? They stuck with it more. Yep. I mean, some of us that we've been doing it for a while, we just kept doing it no matter what anyway, right? It didn't really matter. We just kind of upped our game like Mark did, right? We just kind of upped our game a little bit more on it, a little bit more.
Yeah.
We're
the
venturing
red
to our
dragon. The Red Dragon was the worst thing they could have perpetrated because it
The
made
TP heist.
everybody get on the internet and found every rabbit hole and whatever they could
TP heist.
find. And a lot of them went down, every one of them.
TP heist.
Yeah.
I've always been called the TP heist now.
The great TP raid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna call it from now on. The TP heist of 2020. Well, because if you think about it, it was almost like that, right? Because it's like,
Oh my God.
yeah.
Media now, does everybody understand now what the media can do to you? Toilet paper is being tough to find. That's all it took. Everybody went out to every club out there and bought up every case of toilet paper, and then there was none. It's like, do you really need 3 cases of toilet paper? How long
I mean,
do you think
that
you're gonna be stuck in
depends
a
on.
house?
I mean, that depends on the family size or whatever, female,
Sure.
male, and all that stuff. But I mean, like, if you're just, I always say, are you going to consume a roll in one day? No. Half a roll? No. Quarter of a roll? And just do it by that, right? And if it's a 30 pack, well, if you're not consuming more than a quarter roll up to that 30 pack, right, you're not going to be able to sustain that for like 3 months, anyways, right?
Right.
It'll give you enough
mother-in-law
time.
lived alone, couldn't drive, couldn't do anything. She had everybody, every time somebody went to the store, like, hey, we're going to Sam's Club. You need anything? Oh, yeah, get me a case of toilet paper. Get me a case of paper towels. Well, she passed away. I cleaned her house out 2.5 years ago. I'm still using up the toilet paper and paper towels that she had in her house. I don't even know how much toilet paper costs anymore because I haven't had to buy it in the store in probably 4 years or more.
Yeah, as long as you keep it dry, it'll go for a while.
It's paper. Yeah, just don't get it wet.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Unless you're
Because I've seen people back in 2020 said they got a great deal. They're like, "Oh, should I get more CR?" I'm like, dude, like,
where are you gonna put it? In the garage?
well, it's not just that, but you're allocating it towards another pack or whatever. What about food? What about water? What about that coffee you like to have, right?
No,
Maybe allocate it towards that. Well, yeah, maybe allocate it towards the food so you can actually use that TBU later for it. Kind of thinking like that, because I was just like, I think people just got cut off. Oh, I gotta get another one. I mean, survival and preparedness is not just one category.
Yes, I
overall.
do. Every trip, because I used to ask her, because my mother-in-law would wipe out a roll of toilet paper in her bathroom in 3 days, and I finally asked her the question. I was like, "Are you a folder or a buncher?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Toilet paper. Do you just like pull it all off, make this giant bunch?" She's like, "Well, yeah." And we had those discussions. I won't get on here. And she could literally wipe out a roll of toilet paper in 3 days. And she only weighed 90 pounds. So, yeah.
Okay. For that example, maybe a little bit more. But I mean, like, for some of us, maybe a little bit less.
She was unteachable. I couldn't retrain her.
Yeah.
And I wasn't about to in her condition, so I just let it go. I still didn't run out of toilet paper.
Like, even in 2020, I was offering TB like a role as a sign of good grade as a kind gesture, right? Just to show, hey, I'm not going to charge you $5 for this role.
That was the greatest Christmas gift in 2021 and 2020. Just wrap up a roll of toilet paper and give it to somebody. You think they just won the lottery?
Yeah. Especially considering, like, oh, you're gonna take off.
I'm gonna bail here.
All right.
So,
okay,
you guys have a great night, and I'll look forward to next weekend.
I'm pretty sure I'll see you later.
You will. Yeah, probably tonight on Gil's channel. I just got some stuff to do before
2 hours from now. He's doing a winter theme one, and I think
I scheduled a video to jump up here at 7 on my Chef Tech channel. So
okay.
just a little cooking tip. I'll let you wait for it. When it pops up, you can go watch it.
Dang,
all right. Y'all have a good night. Thanks, Sharon.
See you in a couple hours, Mark.
Take care. Well, Sierra, I think it's time to wrap things up.
Okay.
So, thank you for stopping by, Sierra. Always nice to have you.
I've been time for this stream. I really do. I really do make time for you here.
Yeah. And the CB says good night.
Aw.
Thank you, CB. And thanks for stopping by and joining the panel. I appreciate it.
I know. I was so excited. I'm like, what? She's joining? I'm like, what?
Yeah, I was quite surprised myself.
I was like, I'm like, whoa. I just got so
But,
excited.
yeah. But anyway, it was fun to have CB on the panel. So,
Hopefully she'll join us more often.
yeah, I hope so too. Feel free to join CB.
Yes. It's nice to have some different points of views, all right? Not just from us, the usual crowd of it. PB, GB, Bob, me, Mark, you, all right? Because it's nice to get that overlapping view of everything, right? Because we're set in our ways of certain things, how we think about it, all right? So it's nice to get a different point of view from like someone female or older or younger or whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, guys, we wrap things up now. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will
Take
see you
care.
next week. Take care, stay safe, and God bless and Merry Christmas.
And this guy's awesome.